Call the regular board meeting of the Butler Community College Board of Trustees to order Tuesday, March 8th, 22. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One nation under God. It's not one nation, pause, under God.
There's no comma there.
No comma. Learned that in school.
We sort of added the comma in high school.
Would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I so moved.
And I'll second.
Okay.
I would like to make one addition.
Aha.
Should have done that before second.
You
right?
should have done that. That's okay. We can move to amend, I guess.
Yeah, I'd just like to at some point to talk about the BKD software in an evening setting at a meeting. So I'll just make the motion. You guys vote up or down. I don't care. I move to add the BKD program economic analysis to board strategic discussion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we've got a motion to amend
Yeah.
To include that.
amend the agenda.
We've got a motion to approve the agenda. We've now got a motion to amend the motion to approve the agenda.
Yeah.
This is deeper in my,
Yeah, I should
Robert's
put
rules
my
then.
hand up.
that would have been easier.
Maybe because you have a motion to approve the agenda and a second, you can have discussion about that. If Shelby wants to add this to the agenda as an agenda item, why don't you consider having that be a change to the agenda? Well, I guess you already voted to approve it, so.
We really need to
Yeah,
vote on it.
yeah.
We can still
Well,
follow
we
up
can
and
st-
approve
we-
it the second time. if
But
we
you can
want.
make a substitute motion. can't you?
Yeah.
I always say it wrong. It's not.
Yeah.
We can amend the move.
I move to amend the motion
Uh-huh.
to add BKD program economic analysis to board strategic discussion.
Okay.
And if anybody
And
wants
I'll
to say.
second the amendment then technically. Is that the-
So we've got discussion now for what is it that
KD software.
why do we want to add that? And why are we asking for it at 4:30 on the day of a board meeting to discuss it?
I'd just like to bring it up at a meeting, to talk about it with the other board members and the public.
Wouldn't it be more efficient to bring it up after other board members have had a chance to think about it before tonight?
Yeah, but that's why I just want to have a quick discussion and then I'm not asking for any votes tonight, just a discussion. And we're to be a movement to add it to action items that would be in another month or two. This is just kind of me giving a heads up to talk about it briefly. And that's it. And then driving on. I'm not trying to make a motion to prove anything.
I understand that. I'm just, you're asking the rest of the board to discuss an item that no one is prepared to discuss, which in the past, some have taken Dr. Kroll and administration to task for doing exactly what you're asking us to do tonight.
But we're doing the same thing tonight with Dr. Mohammed. He's going to present us some information that we haven't seen to discuss.
But it's already on the agenda
I understand,
and it's just discussion.
but I still have not been provided any information. I know we'll talk about whatever information he provides, but that I haven't seen before. You guys can vote no, it's no problem. I just wanted to bring it up.
I don't want to stifle discussion. It
Right,
seems like a
right.
bit of a double standard to be so critical when these issues in the past have been brought up perceptively at the last minute, and now you're doing exactly that.
Well, I understand that specifically, and that's why I asked for it to be on just discussion only. My first instinct was like, I want to vote on it, yes or no, because I've talked about it before repeatedly, and it's like, well, I'll just bring it up to talk about, and then that's it.
Anybody else have comments on this?
My
This-
only question would be, if that's not the appropriate way to go about it, what would be the appropriate way to go about it in the future? To get it on it as a discussion item.
I think there's two different issues. From a Robert's rule standpoint, I think what we're doing now, it would have been ideal for Shelby to move to amend the agenda before we had already had a motion and a second to approve it. In terms of discussing the item, I think it's just letting everybody know that we want to add this on there and sharing the information you want to talk about, which I think I noticed in my email was shared sometime this afternoon, which I
Right.
haven't had a chance to even open yet. no one else is going to will have had an opportunity to look at anything Shelby's going to want to talk about tonight.
So would it be appropriate to go ahead and approve the agenda the way it is now and just put a pin and say next public board meeting that be added to the discussion items in? Is that,
I mean, I'll do that next month as well. It doesn't pass tonight. It's
Could
just
be
a
discussed at
heads
the
up.
work session too.
Yeah, I just want it
At the
to
end
be
of March.
discussed. Those other two items. So.
I don't want to stifle discussion. I just don't know
Right,
whether
right. Now,
tonight's
before-
the night
I
to
mean,
do it when no one's had a chance to talk.
Before we've been told you asked for it a week ahead of time, to Kim's point, to add it to the agenda, which the chair can add it or not add it. I usually send the chair an email prior, like, hey, I'm going to change this and that. I just didn't get around to it this week. I've been behind the.
Jeff, something, Jim?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for Kim's benefit and the newer board members, we've actually already discussed this. You guys haven't, but we have to discuss this software. I think I did open the email that Shelby sent, and all it is where he communicated asking for prices from BKD. But we've already asked and discussed this. He just, I believe, wants to just bring it up for discussion again. And I think it's proper, isn't it? When Robert's rules, doesn't it state that you can restate the motion by adding something to it, just like he did?
My criticism isn't about a Robert's rules issue. We can
Yeah.
work through that.
It's a
My
last minute
criticism
add.
is that it's last minute, and you and Shelby both in the past have been very critical
Right.
when the tables have been turned and you've been presented with things that you perceive to be at the last minute. And you've been openly critical when that's happened.
My intention tonight is present, which I sent the email out already. Right now, we're kind of discussing it. Just so y'all could look at it. And we'll have
You're not
further,
really
more in depth.
disclosing
I would
any
like a
new
more in-depth
information.
discussion of it in the future.
So could we limit the discussion of BKD to maybe 3 minutes? I mean, is that all you want to do is present?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to say, hey, here's what they offered for additional data analysis.
Or maybe
Did you go
5?
through Dr. Kroll on getting that information?
That stuff I did not know.
That
We
was
discussed
back
that
in
4 months
November.
ago that no one appreciated that. To say it gently, yeah.
Anybody else have any comment or discussion?
I like Mary's suggestion, if that way at least puts it out there to say, this is what the intent is, but nobody has to go on any great deep dive, and since there hasn't been a lot of time to prep on it.
Right, yeah, 5 minutes will be fine
Because I've
with
had
me.
0 time to prep on it. I barely know what it is.
I don't really have anything
So
to say
just
on it.
information.
Like, hey,
Yeah.
here's the email.
Right.
Let's talk about it in a month or two. That's all I'm wanting. That's my intention,
Okay.
just to get on the radar in public. So eventually I would like to vote on it, but not, I have no time frame to do it.
Call for
So
a
yeah,
vote.
we are voting on, are we voting on the amended
Amending.
agenda with
We're
this
voting on
amendment?
the amendment,
And
We're
then we'll
voting-
vote again.
and then we'll vote again
to approve
on
the
to
amended
approve the agenda.
Well, now, wait,
Trustee,
Yeah.
okay, correct me if I'm wrong. If we don't know, then we need to get a Robert's Rules of expert in here. But if he restated the motion, even after,
He doesn't have the authority to restate somebody else's motion. He's moved to amend the motion. So
We
we're
can move
voting
it.
whether to agree to.
so
amend.
what would
approve
be
the-
proper
you
then?
approve
Voting
the-
on,
voting on
Approve
his,
the motion as amended.
okay,
Should,
Yes.
And then
we'll-
approving
the
the,
amended.
agenda
and
as
then
amended.
approving the agenda as amended.
right.
So
3
the
or 5 minute
agenda as a-
discussion, Mary Martha.
Yes.
Do you want me
Yes,
to call the
Rich.
roll call?
Yes, please.
Trustee Good,
I'm sorry. What did you say?
3 or
Judy?
5 minute discussion, right? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly, trustee Rhodes,
No.
trustee Winslow,
Yes,
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
So we are now then.
Trustee Good made the motion, trustee Shear seconded. Do you want to restate your motion so that it's amended?
Yes, I
the
do.
Agenda is
I
amended.
would like to restate the motion that we approve the agenda as written, except for under number 10, board strategic discussion, add E for BKD discussion points only 3 to 5 minutes.
that sounds good.
And I'll second that again.
Thank you.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes,
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion carries.
would now entertain a motion to move into executive session. The language for that motion is on page 3 of the board book, if that's helpful.
I move the board recess into executive session for discussion with legal counsel to include members of the board, President Kim Kroll, Ray Connell, pursuant to the open meetings exceptions for matters protected by consultation with legal counsel. The open meeting will resume here in the Danker trustee board meeting within 20 minutes.
I would second.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungardt,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And Kim,
So we'll note the time when we go into executive session, when we get switched over.
is it?
Dr. Kroll, is there
Brungardt?
anyone on
Brown
Zoom
guard.
that needs to go?
No,
Brungardt.
there's not, Heather.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Dr. Kroll?
I'm sorry,
It's Brungardt.
Yeah, I think she
Brungardt?
said it right.
I said it right, didn't I?
I
I
think
think
so,
it's
yeah.
Brown. I've always
Maybe
said
I'm
it
the one that
Brown
said it
guard. I've always
Yeah.
said it wrong. I think you.
I
said it
say
right.
Brungard.
Yeah,
Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Gosh,
looks
I-
like Braungart, but it's.
I've always said
Braungart.
like Braunschweiger.
Yeah. It could be Baumgartner like everybody else said. It should be totally
It's kind
wrong.
of silent A, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Brungard.
I went from a 5-letter name no one can spell or pronounce to a.
That was so
10-letter
much
name.
simpler.
What's
No,
Cor-
And nobody
Court-
could pronounce
Corti.
Corti.
I can't say Corti, it's Corti,
Court-
Corte,
Court-
anything but Corti.
Your French courtier.
Oh, it is a
Yeah.
Corti.
I guess that's.
Your boardroom is muted, Matt. Can't hear you.
We are back in open session. We entered exec session at 4:45 and came back to open session at 5:05. So next on the agenda are recognitions.
Thank you. Okay. I don't think we have Mark. I don't know if we have Mark J. It doesn't look like we've got him, but I do want to recognize Mark. He's our department chair for automotive technology and has been at Butler for more than 8 years. We just received notification the end of February from NATEF and ACE Education Foundation that do the accreditation for automotive technology programs that our program has been reaccredited through April 1st, 2027 in automobile service technology. Mark has a really engaged advisory board. The students are well-trained and in high demand, the report noted. And Mark has some requirements for continuing education training that he has to complete every year. And so we're thankful. He's a great leader in that program. He really has elevated the quality of the program under his leadership. And so we want to say congratulations to Mark for all of his hard work for that reaccreditation. It's a stringent process, like all of them are. And so we're appreciating his leadership and teaching in the classroom for our students. So let's give Mark a round of applause.
He's not here.
Next, I want to recognize Dave Black. We have Dave in the room, and I'm going to sit in front of my microphone, Dave, if that's okay, but please feel free to stand if you want to. Some of us met Dave. Thanks, Dave, for being here. Dave is with Truck Center Companies. He's the service manager, and Dave has been instrumental in supporting our diesel technology program and was instrumental in the donation of a diesel truck engine to the program. And he and I were talking ahead of time that we wouldn't have been able to launch our diesel tech program without business and industry partners like Dave and some of the other folks that we have helping. They're excited about the students. They're excited about being involved in the program. And it's really a true partnership. And so we're looking forward to continued great partnership and great things. And I don't know, if you want to say a few words since you're here, you'll have to kind of, no? Okay. But thank you. We really appreciate all you're doing for us and look forward to continue work with you.
Hey, that's great.
I see Noreen on, Dr. Noreen Templin. Wave at us, Noreen, if you want to. Phi Beta Lambda, which is the collegiate division, as some of you are familiar with Future Business Leaders of America. That's the high school division, but Phi Beta Lambda is the collegiate division of this same organization. And both of those organizations really work to inspire and prepare the next generation of leaders in business. And so our PBL chapter has had the opportunity to participate in the stock market, the Fbla PBL stock market game. Noreen, how many years have you guys done that? I didn't know for sure.
Oh, we've done it off and on. I think this is our third time actually doing it.
Okay. So, but this opportunity, this game is an investment educational programs where the participants, the teams, create and manage a virtual investment of $100,000 by a portfolio of stocks and bonds and mutual funds. And they do it over a semester, about 2.5 or 3 months period of time, I believe. And so they get an opportunity to understand with this virtual money, the risks of investing, the impact of, investing and they understand capital markets and the economy and those kinds of things. And so our team this year, our PBL team that includes Caleb Harp and Cody Custine, and neither one of those students were able to attend today, but with Noreen's advising and leadership, they placed third. And I think it's all based on the amount of money they earn and accumulate in the stock market, correct, Noreen?
That is correct.
How much money did that team make?
I know, I was trying to remember.
Oh,
I think we may have ended, at about 106,000.
good deal. Okay. Well, you'll see Noreen again next month. We have more PBL students coming because they just got back from state conference, and we had some award winners there again. But Noreen is a great advisor for PBL. Janice Cow is as well. But I have recognition certificates for Noreen and for Cody and Caleb for their great work, and what a great learning experience for our students. And Noreen, we just really appreciate the fact that you create this opportunity for our students and you guide them and help them along the way. And I know that this information gets embedded back into the classroom with these students. So thanks a lot, Noreen. And I'll get these certificates to you and you can get them to Caleb and Cody for us, okay? Thank you. And then my last recognition is for Greg Cole. And Greg was going to try to join us remotely, but he didn't know whether he'd be able to or not. He is an outstanding culinary arts instructor for us. He loves Butler. He's a veteran. He's also the founder and creator and owner of the highly successful Little Bits Cookie Company. If you've ever come across his cookies before, he started that business in his home, and it's grown into a major production now and major distribution of these wonderful, wonderful little cookies. And we're recognizing Greg tonight because 2 weekends ago, he was inducted into the Black Educators Hall of Fame. And so we're really thrilled for that accomplishment. Obviously, that's a phenomenal recognition for him and his commitment to education and to the community through his leadership. And so we want to congratulate Greg and say, job well done. So that's what I have.
Okay,
We'll have
thank you.
more next month.
My son really loved his classes.
He's really energetic and really fun. Yeah.
I sure wish I could meet some of these people.
He
I
was
met
at
him.
the dinner.
Was he? I
The
don't
red
remember.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, you said no public comment?
No, have
Oh,
not received any information on public comment.
Okay, so we'll move on to standing reports, student government. It's right up here.
Microphone over here.
You brought a team tonight.
All right. Well, since the last meeting, SGA has helped team up and sponsor many activities for Black History Month. We have had the privilege to welcome guest speakers like Mark McCormick and Dr. David Carter. Aside from that, we have also hosted events like karaoke night, ice skating night, and we were able to cook pancakes for Mardi Gras, also known as Fat Tuesday. And as of recently, we have gained 4 more members to our SGA team, and I think they'll introduce themselves.
I'm Lainey. I'm a sophomore. My major is liberal arts and science, and I'm the SGA coordinator, and I run cross country track. I'm Lillian. I am the SGA secretary. My major is nursing, and I am a freshman.
My name is Jaden. I am a sophomore. I am a philosophy major and am involved in a whole lot of clubs.
Too numerous.
My name is Mateo. I'm a coordinator. I'm a freshman. I'm majoring in psychology.
Where are you guys all from?
Atwood. Wow.
Dan Lake has come here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say how much I enjoyed the singing group and Mark McCormick.
Yeah.
It's good.
Arise.
Arise. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Operational staff is Lisa. Oh,
Yep.
there's Lisa.
Good afternoon. So we have a group of ops staff members headed to the annual Association of Kansas Community College Office Professionals Conference at Labette Community College, March 23rd through the 25th. A total of 11 ops staffers will attend the 2-day convention to connect and learn with other operational staff members from Kansas colleges. Butler is set to host this conference next March 2023. I'll share more details about our upcoming events as we begin to solidify our plans. Our next operational staff meeting is this Thursday, March 10th. And that is all I have for you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Professional employees, Dr. Sater.
I really don't have a report. We're just doing what we do. I'm just here to make the place look good.
Thank you, Terry. Board Finance Committee, Mary Martha, Linda.
I don't think there is anything new to report. Did anyone see anything on their spreadsheet they'd like to comment on? It's on page
When at page 73.
93. Okay, Shelby did not, so we're done.
We've got some highlighting on page 92 and 88. but nothing on 96.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we'll move to the foundation board report, have a little more than normal. For those that were, I don't want to steal the thunder here because Tom can talk about the success of the auction. For those that were able to make it, it was a fantastic evening and wonderful to get back together in person when it's been almost 2 years since a lot of us were able to do something like that last time. But just some information, the foundation did meet last month. The fair market value of the Butler endowment as of December 30 was 16.3 million with a 10.4% rate of return net of fees since inception. For scholarships for the 21-22 academic year, the foundation is on schedule to pay out about $775,000 in scholarships, which is an increase of about 25,000 over last year. The board of directors of the foundation approved a 6% scholarship distribution from endowed funds for scholarships for this next coming year. This will be the 5th year in a row that the board has approved a distribution that's in excess of the 5%, which was before the standard. So that's just more scholarship funds coming back to our students. Fundraising for this fiscal year, so from July 1st through the middle of February, was about 4.5 million. And then I'll turn it over to Tom. He's got a nice little flyover on the. Hang on, he got a flyover on the culinary building as well as the.
I just
auction.
wondered if we
Yes,
had a
ma'am.
copy of that somewhere in our book.
No, it's notes for me to know what to say. I'm happy to share it with you. It's just notes of the
Yeah, that'd
numbers.
be great.
It's just, I gave it to the committee chairs of the foundation, back to make it available to as well. Before we get to the,
Speak into your microphone.
before we get into the flyover, I just wanted to share with you some preliminary results from the event we had on Friday. It was a huge success. About 311 people in the room downstairs. It was, I think everybody was excited to be together. So we had a wonderful evening that night. Last year, or the 2 years ago, we raised probably about 240,000, I think, on the auction. And we thought that was a really great kind of a success. This year, we're a little bit north of 265,000 with about 83,000 raised in pure philanthropy. And what that is, it's just basically people saying, I will give this, and there's nothing in return, just their flat out gifts. And last year we did 90,000 on the virtual, but we had no live auction. So we were really pleased that the pure philanthropy stayed where it was at pretty much, and that we had a huge increase in our live auction. We had a breakdown today of kind of what went well, what went wrong, that kind of thing. But overall, just a positive evening. And I want to thank all of you that were there and supported this and helped make this a success. So thank you.
Yeah, kudos, Tom, to you and your staff.
Really
Yeah.
That was
fun
a
night.
fantastic event.
Thank you.
That was a fun night.
Hutton is supposed to be coming on to provide us with a kind of an update on culinary. We at the foundation board of directors, they were able to see a 3D virtual version of the building. So we're going to share that with you today to kind of take a peek at what it looks like inside, kind of experience it a little bit. I don't know that they've got all the little glitches gone, like you'll see like a cooler or a refrigerator standing in the middle of a room somewhere. You know, that's little cosmetic stuff that needs to be cleaned up, but you will see pretty much how this thing is going to look. We are moving fairly well on our construction. Had a little delay with some weather, crossing our fingers and toes on delivery of equipment and other types of items. But I think everyone who's in a project right now is dealing with the same thing. So Heather, I don't know if you can see them yet or not. We told them to be available around 5:30. We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah, we're a little ahead. He hasn't jumped on yet, but I'm watching for him.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do my report and
Okay.
then we can watch for him and we'll skip back to him if that's okay.
That's fine.
Ireland and I last Friday had the pleasure of joining Simpson Construction at the Association of General Contractors annual conference and award luncheon in Wichita. Simpson Construction got the AGC Honor Award for the renovation of our 5,000 building. And so we're really excited to celebrate that with them. It was a nice honor and they were really excited about it as well. I had on here the 25th annual Butler benefit auction to thank again the foundation staff and talk about the success. It was a really fun evening. On April 1st, I think at the last board meeting, I indicated that April 1st will be the PTK Phi Theta Kappa All Kansas Scholars Luncheon. We do this annually. We have 2 students that are chosen from El Dorado and two students chosen from Andover and online that we get to honor. These are members of Phi Theta Kappa, which is our 2-year scholastic honorary that's international. But the luncheon will be in Junction City at the Courtyard Marriott. There will be a couple of student speakers. We always present those students with medallions for their accomplishments. And then each institution gives them a $300 scholarship that they can apply. I mean, we don't give them a check. It actually gets applied to their, their tuition and fee bill. And so we'll celebrate that with them on the 1st. It begins at noon. You are invited if you want to come, but I have to submit those registration names by the 18th of March because Heather Morgan has to confirm, who is attending, and we pay for our own meals and stuff. So, I mean, the institution pays for them. So if you don't know tonight and need to check your calendars, let me know. It's a nice celebration for those students. I printed out the KBOR's weekly legislative update. Matt Casey is the governmental affairs representative for KBOR, and they always put together a legislative update. Community colleges are paying closest attention, of course, to the budget bills and those kinds of things. And Farm Bureau. Sorry, not State Farm, Farm Bureau. A lot of conversation about the redistricting maps that have been drawn for Kansas. Some conversation about budget and spark money that's available and the applications for the stimulus dollars that are available at the state level. Just a good conversation to be in front of them. There was also some conversation or questions for them about the bills that are being presented about for K-12 for teacher transparency for the teaching materials to be posted for all of the classes that are being taught. So there was some discussion about that. There's a legislative copy on the 26th of March in Augusta, and Representative Williams and Senator Masterson will be at that one. It's at the depot. Begins at 9, I think. Yeah, I think at 9. And again, I'm sorry? 26. Yes, Saturday morning. Again, sponsored by probably Farm Bureau and Go Augusta, maybe. I don't think Augusta, I think Augusta Chamber and API have combined now in their Go Augusta. So anyway. I wrote letters of support for both the city of Andover and the city of El Dorado. They are applying for base grant funding, which is some of the spark funding for the Andover base grant funding is a request to do some work in the northeast sector of Andover to improve Prairie Creek Road, which is the little asphalt road that comes off of 21st and connects on 13th, and you go over that little tiny narrow rundown bridge that goes over the freeway. So they're asking for improvement dollars for that road and bridge. And then the improvement dollars would be to start to build Yorktown from 21st headed south. And then the base grant letter of support that I wrote for El Dorado is really infrastructure dollars to improve the water treatment plant. El Dorado is uniquely positioned from an economic development perspective to attract large water users to this area because of the volume of water that we have available, the land that's ready, and the rail, the 2-rail system that's available. And so they're requesting funding support to do some upgrades to the water treatment plant and water infrastructure things. The work session that's scheduled on the 28th of March, I need you to be aware that we will notice up part of that work session as a special board meeting, because we will have to put in front of you the negotiations notice up letter for approval. That letter has to be finalized and submitted on the 31st. And so we're meeting with the negotiations, our MGB team's meeting this week, the end of the week, but we'll have to notice up that work session as a special board meeting with that single agenda item on it and get it approved. And then we'll do work session on budget following. And then I also wanted to just to state when I did my presence report in January, I noted at that point in time, the complaint that we had been notified of from the county attorney on a violation of our November 9th board meeting when we went into executive session. And I wanted to note publicly, because I had stated that a complaint was public and we were following up on it. I wanted folks to know that we had response back from Darren Deviney, the county attorney, and we were not found in violation of Open Meetings Act. So questions for me?
Did you find out if we received any money from Lynn Rogers?
I have not.
Okay.
I emailed Heather and I haven't
Okay, just
heard back from
wondered.
her, but yeah.
The millions.
No, I don't
I
think
know,
so.
it's only $11,000.
I think the only total was 11,000, so
Ours is probably
unless they slope with a zero.
I know, but yeah, I'll follow back up with her again.
Dr. Kroll, thank you.
It looks like we've got.
Do we have Hutton now?
Yep, it looks like they're on.
Matt, I think we're about ready for you to go. If you can hop on there.
All right. You hear me?
We
We
can hear
can.
you.
Sure.
Can.
Hey, sweet.
We don't see anything yet.
Okay, yeah, we're just getting ready to, oh, you need to enable participant screen sharing on your end.
I was just about to ask that if you needed that. You should be able to share now.
All right. Screen two. All right, do you see it? Oh, there we go. There we go. Do you see a building?
There we go.
Yes.
See it.
All right. So I'm Matt Byram. I'm the lead architect for culinary arts here at Hutton. I have Devin Brogan in here with me. He is my my BIM technician, model extraordinaire, and a much better driver than I am at this model. My video game skills are way too old for driving around in this thing. So we're just gonna kind of briefly walk through the culinary arts project and kind of just go through the front door, and we'll spin around and take you through there, and I'll talk you through it. But we have this steel entry piece that we walk through coming into the vestibule here. And then as we enter into the building, to our left is kind of our front desk receptionist. And Devin pauses here for a second. You've seen we kind of did this feature wall behind the receptionist with some naming opportunities and donor wall features. I actually met with John Stegman today on some concepts for that, but we basically took standard full-size baking sheets that would be used in baking and cooking, and we're using them as a feature element here to go up the wall and then across the ceiling. So as he kind of swings around, and you can see through the glass there, looking out into the commons and into that kitchen, that's the baking kitchen. It's set up for 16 students plus chef in the baking kitchen. You can kind of see the mixers and whatnot in there. And then over here to the left and on this side is the major culinary kitchen. It's also set up for 16 students plus an instructor, chef. And you can see kind of this one's a little more intensive with the gas burners, no fryers, and more intensive equipment than would be in just the baking kitchen. We're kind of coming around here back into the commons, but this is also a classroom. So we set up these 2 classrooms to be multi-purpose, multifunctional. During the average, 8 to 5 student classroom time, there's glass folding operable walls here that they can close that off and create it as just a normal classroom for 16 students. And then looking out beyond, there's another classroom over there. There's a door off to the right to get into this northeast classroom that you can see. And then there is an exterior operable wall right there that goes out into this pergola and patio space, which can then overlook into some planter boxes and some herb gardens and vegetable gardens that the students can grow and maintain. But the idea behind that, Scott Redler really wanted to be able to stand in that kitchen and be able to basically open it up all the way to the outside, look all the way to the outside, and have this connection. Those 2 classrooms for event functions, we can clear out the kind of student table and chair settings and bring in, 8 top rounds or cocktail tables and have more of an event setup where the students can then serve and do plated dinners and have fundraisers and show off their talents from the culinary program. As we kind of come back out, again, we get into this commons area. You can kind of see these cubes hanging down here. These are some acoustical treatments that we wanted to bring in between the concrete floors and the wood roof you can see above. We wanted to try and mitigate acoustical issues as much as possible. This concept kind of started out as like blocks of cheese. And it's just kind of evolved into having these foam blocks randomly hanging within the space, again, to help with those acoustical problems and absorb some of that noise. We have a couple of kind of seating features on the west wall, which is sort of a built-in piece that'll have some furniture tucked in with it for students and book storage and just kind of hang out before they have to go in for their classes. Restrooms here off to the left, right off of the common space, men and women on either side. Ignore this refrigerator cooler right here. That's coming in from the equipment model, and they still haven't moved it to where we need it to be. It's actually tucked in this alcove. So it'll be right here in this alcove, kind of over that dark square is where that thing will really live. So they'll clean up that wall, and those TVs will be visible to the commons areas to display information, food, products, and projects, and whatever Butler wants to put up on those screens. And then these doors off here to this way is our small admin area. We have a copy workroom there to the left. This is a conference room right there that Devin's looking into in the glass. So it'll have a standard, I think, 6 or 8 top conference room table. And then there's a couple of offices over in this area as well. Kind of through this door is one office. And then back to the other way to another chef office. So it's not a huge project, 7,800 square feet on the ground floor. And then there is about a 1,500 or 1,000 square foot second story that you can see on the left side there to be able to store tables, chairs, plates, glasses, whatever really needs to be stored. This fenced area you see on the left here is kind of our service yard and trash enclosure. The generator, the transformer will be inside of there. Recycling and trash bins, of course. But the city of Andover makes us screen everything so it's not visible from public view. Devin's kind of playing with shadows right there so we can see it, but So now we're kind of swinging around the northwest side and coming around what would be the Kellogg facing side of the building. Here on the north side, we've got some opportunity for some potential building signage, as well as monument signage out closer to Kellogg. But you can see, especially here on the north side, you know, a lot of glass to bring in good north, soft diffused light into the classrooms and into the commons. Swinging back around onto the kind of the northeast portion of the building now. And again, the planter boxes and gardens and the pergola for outdoor entertaining.
Are those planter boxes going to be irrigated?
So we have not, we have irrigation lines stubbed out to the area. The planter boxes are actually not in our contract. We're just showing them. The thought was that's either students or potential volunteers, 4-H or whatever, might be able to build and maintain those. But we can pick up off of those and get a drip system into them.
Is there a small tornado shelter for a basement for the students to go to when the alarm goes off?
There is not. We had talked about it early on, but I think budget wise, we determined that, you know, especially by being close to Andover, that there could be other options for them to go to if we ran into inclement weather.
Meritress is right next door. Dillon's Marketplace is, you know, across the parking lot. There's, and I don't know the availability in those buildings, but there's, you know, there's potentially other shelter available. So,
is there a see-through cooler in case students want to make or mold something that people can watch?
So we do have, again, glass from the commons into both kitchens. Chef really wanted us to limit that. I mean, we want the visibility in, obviously, for the recruitment aspect, but he also doesn't want people just standing there staring at folks as they're in there trying to cook and learn. So we don't have a model on here, but I think we're actually going to end up at least frosting a portion of that window, so you can still see out when you're standing, but you know, if you're sitting in there and some of the other furniture or whatnot, you might not be looking right in. So there is that glass into both those kitchens. So when you want to show folks, you know, and then bring them up and have them view in, you can, but they also have a little bit of privacy. That cooler I talked about there that's really tucked around, I mean, it's got a glass front on it. I understand that's another indoor kind of herb growing cooler.
Will there be a display case to show off what they make?
Not specifically to my knowledge. I don't know on, you know, between all the equipment that Chef and Scott Redler have worked to get into the other ones, but this is the only kind of case to the public commons area that I'm aware of.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for showing that.
I tell you, it looks nice driving by it. It's really coming along.
Yeah, it's really starting to take shape. We've had some weather days, but I think they've gotten to where we got a lot of the primary framings done. I think the roof deck is on, so hopefully we're dried in real soon. I know masonry is getting ready to get started. We've got a mock-up panel out there. So yeah, we're blowing and going and heading towards late July.
thanks, Matt.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank
questions?
No, it looks good.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your time. We're gonna hop off if there is nothing further.
I appreciate it.
Thanks,
Okay.
Matt.
Thank you all.
Educational facilities report. Dave, Mary Martha?
We are meeting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock
Uh-huh.
at the city building.
Move on to monitoring reports. We have one this month from Health Education and Public Services.
Yep. Julio.
There we go.
Dr. Guerrero.
Welcome.
This is his first time doing a division report, so
We won't fight.
no. You'll do fine.
Minutes to an hour.
Thank you.
And you'll have to speak kind of right into it. Is that your timer?
I honestly don't know how this long this will last. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julio Guerrero, and I'm the Dean of Health Education and Public Services at Butler Community College. This is my first year at Butler, so I'm honored to report to the Board of Trustees, and I'm excited to showcase what I feel is the best college division in the entire country. Thank you for this opportunity. The Division of Health Education and Public Services is comprised of the following academic departments: nursing, allied health, education, early childhood education, human performance, fitness and wellness, fire science and EMS education, and criminal justice. As you can see, our division is very diverse, perhaps the most diverse college division in around, and certainly the most diverse division I've ever been a part of. It's our divisional mission to develop responsible, involved, lifelong learners who contribute to the safety and health of the communities we serve, as well as enhance the vitality of the communities we serve through the development of knowledgeable and creative teachers of children of all ages. Our service extends from El Dorado to Andover, Rose Hill, Mays High School, Augusta High School, Circle High School, McConnell Air Force Base, areas of Wichita, all the way to the Flint Hills and around the world through our online presence. We have 26 full-time faculty members, approximately 65 adjunct faculty members, 2 full-time administrators, 3 full-time administrative assistants, and 1 technology specialist. We offer over 240 classes throughout the academic year. The Division of Health Education and Public Services served more majors than any other division on campus over the last year, with more than 3,100 majors. That's almost 45% of all campus majors. Our nursing major ranked first among all college majors with nearly 1,700 majors. Allied health and education were also in the top 10 of declared majors on campus. The Division of Health Education and Public Services graduated over 560 graduates, or 40% of all graduates, which again ranked first on campus last year. Nursing, allied health, and education produced among the top 10 of all graduates. Finally, the Division of Health Education and Public Services experienced nearly an 85% success rate, which was second only to fine arts. Fire science, allied health, nursing, human performance were among top 10 success rates over the last year. So now specifically to our academic departments. Our nursing department continues to be one of the most premier nursing programs in the state of Kansas, and definitely one of the most premier programs on campus. The Butler Nursing Program is accredited by ACEN, or the Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing, and the Kansas State Board of Nursing. Its mission is to educate lifelong learners with the knowledge of skills and attitudes necessary to fully qualify to be licensed and professional nurses who contribute to meeting the healthcare needs of the communities they serve. Some of the highlights of our nursing program. Our learning environment continues to be a hybrid learning environment which blends classroom instruction with online content to promote and facilitate deep learning. We've completed the concept-based curriculum, which is supported by the NCLEX licensure exam, and faculty are continuously finding opportunities to implement in order to prepare our students for success. We have an extensive lineup of clinical affiliates that includes the Susan B. Memorial Hospital, Kansas Heart Hospital, Kansas Medical Center, Kansas Spine and Specialty, Ascension Behavioral Health, Ascension St. Francis, St. Teresa, and St. Joseph Hospitals, Select Specialty Hospital, Wesley Healthcare Maine and Woodlawn, Catholic Care Center, Ascension Rehabilitation Hospital, and Wichita Urology Clinic. I just want to thank all of our clinical affiliates for allowing us to continue to provide excellent service to our students. Our state-of-the-art clinical assimilation learning center received some renovations. We expanded into room 15-221, where we added more beds and equipment, making it more possible for multiple semesters to be in the lab simultaneously. We added a new web-based software called SimChart, which allows faculty to build patient scenarios and case studies and allow students to chart, acknowledge medications and orders, and simulate patient scenarios all within the lab. This lab is modeled so that faculty and administrators from other colleges can come to visit and see what the state-of-the-art facility looks like. We have partnerships with KU, the University of Kansas, in that we offer a dual degree program where students complete an associate's of a degree in nursing from Butler and from the University of Kansas simultaneously. The first two graduates graduated in December of 2018. This last fall, we had 7 graduates, and in May, we'll have 9. We have a similar partnership, or we just signed a similar partnership with Grand Canyon University, in that students can get an associate's degree and a bachelor's degree in nursing. But the difference is that students complete courses towards the BSN during breaks and even after they complete their degree at Butler. I want to acknowledge the faculty who makes Butler's nursing program the most premier in the state of Kansas. And really sets up the, it primes our nursing program to produce the next generation of nurses who will continue to serve Butler County and the entire state of Kansas. Our administrator for our nursing program is Janet Schuler, who has been serving as the interim associate dean since February 2nd. She transitioned seamlessly into her new leadership role, and I appreciate everything she does. I also want to acknowledge the leadership and service of Dr. Caleb Ediger, who departed in Butler at the end of January. He was the associate dean when I arrived, and I appreciated everything he did to help in my transition. Our nursing faculty, first semester lead is Raven Christian. We have Ruth Ann Farley, Leah Atkinson, and Kirsten Code. Our second semester lead instructors, Michelle Ritter. We have Sabrina Olson and Brianna Ainsworth. Third semester lead instructors, Carla Stevens. We have Alex Ambiel, Joan Hoover, and Amanda Martin. Our fourth semester lead instructors, Mitch Taylor, with Melody Cantrell and Kip Hubble. Our lab instructors are Tanya Loveland and Caitlin Sherman-Vogue. I want to welcome our new faculty members, Caitlin Sherman-Vogue, Brianna Ainsworth, and Kirsten Code. I want to acknowledge that Melody Cantrell earned her doctorate in nursing practice and nursing educational leadership from American Sentinel College. Raven Christian completed her nursing degree, our master's of nursing degree from Wichita State, and Janet Schuler successfully passed her certified nurse educator exam last summer. Finally, I'd like to congratulate Carla Stevens on her retirement effective at the end of this academic year. Moving on to Allied Health. Yes, ma'am.
Can we ask questions?
Certainly.
Okay,
Can we
there's
wait?
several departments. Okay,
Yeah, let's wait and let him get through, and then if
Do the
we've got some
whole-
time, we'll do some questions, okay? If you all right?
okay. Well, there's just so many
Mark-
departments under you that it's,
I know. Write them down. I'm afraid if we start to ask questions now, we'll get, it'll just take longer.
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Moving on to our Allied Health Department. We have two exceptional instructors, Tammy Green and Melody Curry, who provide small class sizes in order to work as closely with students as possible. They produce certified nursing assistants, certified medication aides, home health aides, and operators of assisted living. And with the ever-growing number of senior communities across the country, these positions are needed. I'm going to kind of go through quickly now that I realize where my time is.
We have read all this if you want to hit the highlights.
Okay, all right. I'm
Whatever you're
apologize. I'm
comfortable
just trying to, yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
Education. Well, I do want to acknowledge that Dr. Shelley Gutierrez, I'm sure most of you have single-handedly built the education department from its inception in 2002 to becoming one of the most recognized departments on campus. Regrettably, she has announced her retirement effective at the end of this school year. So I want to commend her for everything that she's done with the nursing department and the value that she's provided to Butler Community College. And I certainly wish her the best as she moves forward. Early childhood education. Teresa Thompson and her adjunct faculty continuously train responsible, competent, and caring teachers of preschool age children. A lot of the students that they serve, they work in early learning centers throughout Butler County and Wichita area. So they have to serve their students with evening courses. So most of their courses are in evening in Butler, Andover, and some Wichita area sites. But due to the pandemic that's caused the restrictions at some of these learning centers, almost all of their classes have gone online just to accommodate the students they serve. Teresa is heavily involved in several community organizations. I commend her for all the work that she puts in promoting her early childhood education department. Moving on to health and human performance, fitness and wellness. Matt Sanders is the chair of the department. He also has Bryce Winklepeck. They're producing the next generation of health professionals with 5 tracks, 5 pathways: pre-physical therapy, pre-physical assistance, physician assistant, sports management, exercise science, and athletic training. They're heavily involved in, or they've done a lot of work in establishing industry partnerships that allow students to serve at these particular facilities throughout the Wichita metro area. And a lot of these facilities hire students, so where they serve. And there's lots of work in developing new pathways that we'll be able to highlight over the next year or so. Again, I'm sorry for going so quickly. Moving on to fire and EMS education. Evan Seawork is the chair of the department, with Zach Lindsay as the lead fire instructor. They continuously develop competent, confident, and compassionate emergency responders who faithfully serve the communities that they serve, which includes Butler County, surrounding regions, and as far as Dallas, Fort Worth, Kansas City, and all the way to Pensacola, Florida. One of the most visible developments in fire science is the construction of the new live fire training prop. If you drive by the facility over on the other side of town, you see the new development. It provides a simulation of realistic live fire conditions that firefighters are likely to encounter in residential homes and commercial occupancies, during real world experiences. So it's definitely an upgrade to what they had previously. A new development in the fire service leadership certificate, where current or existing firefighters can pursue a pathway, certification for career advancement in the fire science industry. We still We still have the residency program where we have 10 students, 8 male, 2 female, who live at the fire science facility, and they are able to participate with the city of El Dorado Fire Department. So they go out on calls and they get to experience some real life, scenarios. Finally, let me move on to criminal justice. Miles Erpelding, our lead instructor, Jeff Timoney, is our criminal justice instructor. This department continues to develop students from Butler County to Wichita metro area and surrounding counties interested in the complex disciplines of law enforcement, courts, and corrections. I guess one of the biggest developments is that we're trying to expand the criminal justice pathway by adding 4 additional courses. That would be introduction to corrections, gang investigations, introduction to homeland security, and law enforcement in the community. Both Miles and Jeff are continuously trying to expand their possibilities or experiences for students in criminal justice. Sorry, I've gone through this as quickly as I could. I just want to, there's several people on campus I'd like to recognize, especially this being my first year and helping my transition to Butler Community College. I know that if I begin to try, I'll forget somebody, and I don't want to do that. I do want to recognize all the adjunct faculty in the Division of Health, Education, and Public Services. I want to recognize our technology specialist, Joe Brazel, who helps us with all our IT needs and almost on demand every time. And finally, I want to recognize and give a special thanks to our administrative assistants, Carrie Smith, Cindy Rabe, and Angie Martin. As great as we all think we are in our division, we all know that they're the rock of our foundation, of our division, and that we can't do what we can do without them. So I apologize for going so fast. I mean, I understand, I tried not to make this my first board report. I now know that I need to cut this a lot shorter next time.
No worries.
You did all right.
We have questions.
There's just so much that I want to say. There's so much that I want to talk about. And I've just been beyond impressed with everybody in my division, with all faculty, staff, personnel throughout campus, the entire El Dorado, Butler County community. It's just been great for me, and I'm beyond fortunate, very blessed. So thank you.
Is it Julio?
Julio?
Is that how you say your first name?
Yes, ma'am.
Julio?
Yes, ma'am.
I have several questions here.
Well, maybe I should have started with that.
Do you want me to start at the back?
No.
Oh, okay. On page 6, under declared majors, we noticed that EMS education is now down to 1 as a declared major. We had a high of 23 in 2017. Do you have an idea why we're seeing such a
EMS
decrease?
is a certificate, and I believe it's got the asterisk next to it that kind of indicates that it's a certificate completion. So once they complete the course, they get their certificate. Now, this is declared major. I mean, I'm not certain. I'm not sure. Would that be a question that you could answer?
For 2021, it did go down a little bit for the certification, where 2021, towards the end, we had a pandemic issue where a lot of students couldn't take that test. So they're kind of in a holding pattern. So we are expecting in 2022, we'll probably be making that up.
When you say it's a certificate program, does that mean a 1 year, 2 years, 16 months? How long is the certification?
Generally, it can be done in a semester, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh, in a semester?
Right, it's a 12 credit course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay.
Now,
Why?
I'm sorry, but
Yes.
it is also part of the fire science
Oh.
associate's degree. So students, may declare the fire science degree and they complete this course as part of that. So that might be another reason why there's
Right.
not a high number of students declaring EMS.
Because they have to
person.
have both, do they not? When they go into fire
Yes.
science, they have to have
Yes.
the
Yes.
certificate.
But for the EMS certificate, all they have to do is complete the course.
Right.
At least that's my understanding. I wish I had.
That's
Zach or
reasonable.
Evan here
No,
to
that's correct.
explain.
It is.
On page 10, on your affiliation agreements, how come we don't do any business or with students with the VA hospital?
I'm not certain.
Okay,
The
the reason why I ask is because that would be such a great, great part of nursing with all the veterans. Plus, we have a local person who's now heading up their research department, which I didn't realize.
Sometimes it's dependent upon how many other institutions
Are in
have
there.
clinical sites and affiliations, and it can be a capacity issue sometimes as well, but I mean, we can look into it and see. but
I'd really like to know, because I really think VA hospital is an awesome
yeah,
facility.
Sometimes it's hard to get in and get those affiliation agreements depending on who else they're partnering with.
Okay, on page 12, I have said this every year, and I'm going to continue to say it until we do something constructive about it. But in education, the biggest threat to students learning is dyslexia. Is dyslexia. There are so many different forms of it, but we really need somebody, whoever we hire, to have maybe some background in it, whether she went and trained at Orton Gillingham or something like that. But it's something that we need to be cognizant of as we go forward in our education department. When is Shelley retiring at the end of May?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, at the end of the academic year, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then on page 15, it says that the state of Kansas, it is not required by the state of Kansas to have a degree to teach in an early childhood facility. I don't believe that is an accurate statement.
Okay, that's early childhood facilities.
Right? All your Head Start facilities and now your other privately owned are requiring all your teachers to have that early childhood degree.
Well, yeah, definitely the demand is increasing. But it's my understanding that not all early childhood facilities have required it in the past. I mean, again, that might be something that I need
Sure.
to.
Could you check on that for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Mary, I'm going to interrupt you because I have a question. On the dyslexia front, totally agree. My oldest son is dyslexic and
It's big. It is huge.
5, I think, was the last statistic. And yeah, it's really terrifying. So are you meeting from like a vantage point of if we're training teachers?
Teachers don't know what to do with these
No,
kids.
They don't have a clue. We had to have a specific tutor. 3 days a week, I had to take my son out of regular school and drive him out of town for an hour and a half to have a special tutor for 3 years of his grade school experience. And thank you, Evan, for that. Otherwise, I don't even know, but yeah, it was so fun. But I agree. You have to figure that out.
Mary, I'm going to jump in and tell you, I totally agree with you. I happen to know somebody that went to Butler. She's been out for a couple of years. She tried the final test 2 different times and failed. Her grades were really good. We've had lengthy talks about it. She won't try again. She's dyslexic.
It's embarrassing. It
She
hurts
won't
her
do it
self-esteem.
again. And so if you figure out something,
Is this the dyslexia question?
Yes, and I've had several people, I've written letters of recommendation for people who are applying for this position. And I tell them, you need to know about dyslexia. It is not something that's hereditary. It is not something that is just going to be a fly by night.
Right.
We are raising kids who cannot read.
They use a different portion of their brain to process information.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
not because they're
exactly
dumb or
how
anything
it's
like
No.
that. It, and if you do resolve that issue, then when it gets resolved, maybe I can encourage her enough to come back. This was time number 2. She just gave up. And that's really a shame to go through that much. And then.
Okay, so my mom just want to make sure the following.
Yes, one more.
A former Butler student.
Yes.
She's okay.
I have one more, Julio, and then I'll stop. On page 17, you show us the human performance enrollment. Does the YMCA look at this and hire people from this program? Or do they have to hire people and then retrain them to the YMCA model? Are we trying to do the same thing, and is the business of the YMCA building onto this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can't say that I've had the conversation with Matt Sanders regarding this, but just based on conversations with Matt, I'm certain that his courses and the training that, his training of students prepares them for any facility of.
Do we work with the YMCA on this program?
I'm sorry?
Do we work with the YMCA? Do we send our students to the YMCA to learn from their instructors?
The YMCA is listed, but I believe it's, I don't know if it's the El Dorado facility.
It says the Andover Y in the.
All the facilities of the YMCA in Wichita are under that umbrella.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be certain that if it's a Matt Sanders course or program, that he's fully preparing his students to serve in any capacity at any facility.
That doesn't happen sometimes. That's what I just want to make sure that we do overlap and they can get hired with it. So thank you. My biggest point is the dyslexia. I will bring it up every single year. And I will continue to do that. Thank you.
I'll be better prepared next year.
No, you did a great job. Thank you.
And I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wondered, in the in the EMS and fire science,
Uh-huh.
do you have any idea how many of the students that come through our program are retained here in Butler? Or maybe even Butler and Sedgwick? I mean, do you have any idea, like 5% or 20 or the vast majority?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have the percentages, but I mean, Evan provided the list. I mean, a pretty extensive list, includes several departments within Butler County. But as far as percentages, I'm sorry.
I've heard the El Dorado folks, the fire folks say that almost all the fire department personnel that they have come through our program. And part of it is because of the residential program, because those students, after they finish firefighter 1 that first semester, they can start to ride with the El Dorado Fire Department. And so they sort of have internships. And so they get, a lot of them are within the El Dorado Fire Department.
Well, that was my second question. Are all of our fire science students, are they able to get that 120 hours of on-the-job training, or just some of them doing the residency there? How's that work?
Well, the residents, okay, I'm sorry. Where are you looking at?
Well,
Page 18. up
Yeah.
top, 8 lines. 4 lines. They work a minimum of 120 hours a month, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. For
Yeah.
college students. A minimum.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if all of our students live in the residency with the fire department, or if most of them don't, so they don't really have the same opportunity to get the on-the-job training that those that live there do. I just wondered how you compensated for them if we have students that are trying to get those certifications that are not in residence with El Dorado. Did I explain that well?
No. I think I understand. I mean, I think, looking at this description of the residency program, for sure, the 10 students that are there get this type of training.
Right.
Now, I believe you're asking, what about the other students?
Right.
Okay. I can't answer that specifically. I mean, I'm not certain. I mean, I believe there's an application system for these students to get accepted into this residency program. Now, whoever doesn't get accepted or doesn't attend the residency program, I don't know how they get
How they
similar.
get their on-the-job training.
Some of them do they do internships though as well as part of this program, correct?
I know that they do. Actually had a conversation with Evan about that yesterday. But this is.
Let us go back.
Yeah,
and check.
I
can
can-
check
I
with
can
Zach
look-
and
I
find out.
know, like Rose Hill has a lot of volunteers.
Esom
in
has
Fire
his hand
District
up.
3.
Esom knows.
Thanks, Shelby.
Well, you gotta
Big
let-
surprise.
I can't see it.
Actually,
I don't have an answer to that question, but Trustee Winslow's earlier question about placement, I think I'll have some information for you next month because we have placement data coming in. So that'll be one of the updates. So I believe I'll have some information. So yeah, you bet.
Julie, anything else?
Mary Martha mentioned something about the VA hospital. You know, I happen to know somebody who worked for them for, I think, about 5 or 6 years after they got to nursing, because the VA, they're not a veteran. The VA actually paid if they would promise to work for them a certain number of years. So I would be really interested if we, now I know federal government's gonna be a lot harder and we've got lots more rules and it's really tricky, but I might be able to get you some contacts if you are interested. I can ask.
Well, I will discuss this with Janet Schuler
Okay.
and see what her.
Yeah, if you want any, just give me an email or something.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Let's see, I think that's all. Oh, I was gonna ask you how we are comparing. I guess more concerned about the nursing program. I know we're doing well. I know it's going up. In perspective, in other colleges that have this program, or community colleges, do you feel like, I know you're new, but do you feel like that we're right on target? And do you have any big plans that you immediately see that we need to do? And is it fair to ask you to share what those might be, or?
Well, I'm going to tell
Does
you
that
that I
put me
think
on
we
the
have the best
spot, or you gonna get in trouble,
community
or-
college nursing program in the entire country. No, you know, I'm gonna, I refer to our nursing administration, you know, for all things nursing. They're the experts, and you know, just in just discussions with them, I mean, it seems like they have an excellent strategic plan for the next several years. Lots of discussions for different possible scenarios that, you know, I can't share now, but
Right.
you know, I you know, just conversations with them, you know, I'm just always beyond impressed with everything that they say and all the ideas that they
Okay.
generate. So
That's right.
me personally, I mean, to answer your question, I'm excited about our nursing program.
Good.
I know that we're headed in the right direction. I know we have the faculty and administration and administrative assistants to continue us heading in that direction. You know, I'll have to, you know, kind of refer to them and say, hey, you know, what specifically are your plans? And, you know, perhaps we can present that later on.
And it seems like you're very happy with your staff, so that's a good thing.
The staff has been by far the best experience. I mean, I'm learning a lot. I learned, this is what I've learned. I've learned that I have a lot more to learn since I've been here, but
You're open to it.
the personnel has been amazing, you know,
That's
since I've been
great.
here. So
That's great.
beyond grateful for that, for sure.
Any other questions for Dr. Guerrero? Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you. And
No worries.
I got through the first one, so.
It's all down- it's
The
all
first one's
downhill from
always the
here.
hardest one, you know. It's like the first time I lectured.
Oh, okay. We have a sabbatical report from Dr. Buchanan.
Buhorn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally missed that. Yes, Buhorn, sorry.
Next time.
Thank you. I want to begin this short overview of my work by thanking the board for allowing me to take a sabbatical semester. I'm proud to have accomplished a major goal I've had since I became chair of the English department, to go out into the wide world of ideas related to education and bring back some valuable knowledge that will help Butler's teachers be better at what they do. During my sabbatical, I created a training course for English teachers. While the ideas and content I developed for this course were specifically targeted toward English faculty, I believe that these ideas have wider potential, and I intend to share them with other disciplines through presentations at faculty training events, such as professional development days, and not just through the Canvas course I developed. My work focuses on the goal of inspiring English teachers to develop creative and rigorous course content of their own. I believe that the English department, and Butler as well, will be stronger if more teachers are capable of producing high-level content. I believe that innovative programs are better programs, and that they are also more competitive programs. In the current competitive environment in our area, Butler needs as many innovative and creative teachers as possible to attract as many students as possible. So an overview of my project. So as an overview of my project, let's take each of my major course concepts in turn and then consider a few more related ideas that my course includes. The central focus of my training program is to help teachers develop creative course content. To do this, I researched and brought in the core ideas of instructional designers. This is a related field to teaching, but not one that many teachers know about, and it has specific steps for developing course content that I believe could be valuable to teachers. The primary source that I used for this part of my course was a 2009 book called Instructional Design, The ADDIE Approach by Robert Marabay Branch. In the book, Branch lays out a step-by-step plan for the development of instructional content, but he also says that to really understand the concept, the reader ought to try to develop their own steps. So that's what I did by working from Branch's ideas and combining them with my own. Branch's method has 5 steps: analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate. I decided that one of those steps, Branch's design step, was more suited to instructional designers than college teachers, mostly because instructional designers work for businesses. And that step is all about things like projecting costs of the training and figuring out a company's return on investment compared to the cost of the training. The rest of the book, however, is much more about teaching. So I adopted those ideas in what I call my ABCDE approach. All right. So the A in my system stands for analyze. In this step, teachers look at their course to determine where improvements can be made to existing content, perhaps even where content needs to be deleted or added to a course, or where a new lesson or exercise needs to go. They base this decision on 2 factors: how well they think the existing content is accomplishing their teaching goals, and how well their students are doing mastering the skills of the course, not necessarily in that order. Once teachers have identified an area to improve, they move on to my BC step, which stands for Be Creative. This sounds simple, but I put more ideas into this section than any other part of the course, turning this step into an additional separate module of its own, where I first established that teaching is a creative art and that creativity can be developed and learned. To support that assertion, I brought in research from a book from 2021 by Vlad Glavinou, Creativity: A Short Introduction. In this step, teachers utilize a variety of techniques to develop new ideas. I won't go into all of these, but I do want to talk about another idea that occurs in this section of my course, Gagne's 9 events of instruction. Teachers in my course learn to apply their creativity to each of Gagne's events, which are gaining attention of the students, informing students of the objectives of the lesson, stimulating recall of prior learning, presenting the content, providing learning guidance, eliciting performance practice, providing feedback, assessing performance, and enhancing retention and transfer. The next step is D in my system, which means deploy. Teachers are asked to try out their new content on students and record the results. The E step and the D step go together. E is for evaluate, and teachers in my course learn to treat this both in a scientific manner and a subjective manner, since they're required to fill out a formal experiment log during the D step to record how well their hypothesis played out in the classroom, and then fill out a subjective evaluative reflection during the E stage of their project in the class, which again requires them to try it out in an actual classroom setting. The ABCDE method is meant to be repeated. I thought about including an R component for repeat, but that idea is already contained in the evaluative step, so the cycle naturally repeats. In addition to developing creative and original content, teachers are also expected to make this content rigorous. Basically, this means that we ensure that the content really is college level. This is a concept that I'm borrowing from our DevEd program, and it comes to us there through the Community College Resource Center's 2013 article titled Enhancing Rigor in Developmental Education. The basic theory is that students actually respond better to more challenging content. My students, my teacher students, learn strategies to apply this concept to the reading and writing assignments they give and to the grading that they do. They also learn an important extra level in this section of my course, how to support students as they do the challenging work these teachers create. Teachers learn about the reading cycle, which includes 3 stages: pre-reading, reading, and post-reading. The middle stage of this cycle should more accurately be thought of as active reading. And it's one of the hardest ideas to convey because as teachers, we naturally want to assume that our students will be okay if we just tell them to read something. But to ensure that this idea is done successfully, we actually have to give them tasks to do while they read, tasks like annotating or filling out a reading log. My course also trains teachers how to develop rigorous writing assignments and then how to support students as they do that work as well. I emphasize several strategies such as requiring conferences with the teacher or use of the tutoring services in addition to peer and self-review. Finally, with regards to rigor, teachers learn how to make the grading they do a central part of their teaching. As teachers, we know that many times students do not improve despite our feedback on their papers. So the skill is to find ways to make students interact with those comments and learn from them. And not just, take a look at the grade and then toss the paper in their backpack where it's never seen again. The last major component of my course that I want to discuss tonight is the idea of creating accessible content. Butler already requires all teachers to learn to create accessible content, but I add an extra layer to that important training by having my student teachers learn about the three core concepts of universal design, which are engagement, representation, and action and expression. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, as chair of the English department, I'm also in a position to inspire others at Butler, both in the English department and beyond, sometimes even beyond Butler Community College. And it's been a major goal of mine to develop content that would help not just our department, but the entire school. And I've even gone beyond this by transforming some of the content I developed for my course into a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation that I gave at the Great Plains Conference on Acceleration on February 25th. Teachers from 7 different states attended that virtual conference, and I've been told that my presentation was quite well received. I plan to create several similar presentations in the future, both for the English department and for other teachers at Butler. My goal was to inspire other teachers to become innovative and effective in all aspects of their teaching, and I'm proud to be able to share these ideas with others. Right now, 11 teachers in our department are working through my course, and others have told me that they plan to do it in the summer. My course has been assigned 5 professional development points by the faculty development team, which is substantial, I've been told, and it's because my course is quite rigorous in itself. Again, I want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to pursue this line of study and to create a course that I am sure will not only improve the quality of our teaching at Butler, but also the experiences and engagement of our students. I'm certain that learning these skills makes our teachers better teachers, and that this in turn makes our programs more competitive. Thank you.
Dr.
Thank
Bjorn,
you.
thank you very much.
I have a few questions, Jim.
Sure.
And I am not a major in English and language arts, but a minor. But are you familiar with the Kansas assessment standards of it, writing?
Yeah, I've been an English teacher at the high school level as well. So I did have to work with those when I was a high school teacher. We follow different guidelines at the college level. We don't necessarily follow those that are the same at the high school level, but I am familiar, yes.
Good. I went through and looked at the scores in the state on 11th grade, because that's the last year that they give state assessments, and only 70% are passing. Are you seeing that in your classes?
Yes, indeed. We get many students who need to take remedial education. It's quite prevalent at Butler. And we have remedial programs. I mentioned our DevEd program. We have a great lead in that department. Kathy McCoskey does excellent work there. So, and we work hand in hand with the reading program as well. I mentioned the reading cycle, which they also use in the reading program here. Earlier, you were asking about dyslexia, and that's a thing that we see in a lot of students coming into Butler. So, yes, I'm aware of all those issues. Haven't yet solved them all, but we're trying.
Would you please do so?
Yes, I'll work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
I have a
Okay.
question, if I could. I was just wondering if you have any idea, I know you have a lot of classes that the kids have to get up to speed when they enter college in English and so forth, but do you have any idea about how many, I don't know how to phrase this, about how many faculty do you have to have, because we have to teach so many classes that bring kids up to date in English before they can even take the college course? We talking like half the staff or a third of the staff? I mean, how serious is this? I'm reading a lot of different evaluations online about the state assessments. And so I'm
Right.
asking somebody that probably really is in a good position to know.
We try to train all of our teachers in developmental education. And we have really had great success with this. We have a program called the Alp Program, which is the Accelerated Learning Program. And what we do there is we take students and we put them in simultaneously in the developmental education course that they placed into when they took a placement exam, which is not a credit-bearing course. And we also put them into the college credit course Comp 1 simultaneously. So what
that's great.
What students do then is they go to the class with the 101 students. We usually have it split, so it's 13 regular 101 students and 12 Alp students who again were placed into a lower level class. And they take that higher level college class together, and then half of the class goes away and does other courses, and the remaining 12 go down the hall with their English teacher, the one who was in the room with them. They go down the hall and they work on learning the skills that they need for the lower level. And what we try to do there is we do what we call scaffolding, which is to teach them, say in week 3, what they're going to need to know in week 7 when they are in their 101 class. So we try to be just a little bit ahead of what the 101 class is doing with the lower level students. And what's really amazing about that is that those students who are placed lower and are actually, technically the worst students in the room, they actually become the best students in the room because they already know like how to do a citation for a research paper well in advance of the other 101 students who weren't as fortunate to have to take 2 classes. So it's a great program.
Plan, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and we try to train everybody in how to do that, and we've had really great success. So even if a teacher isn't teaching in the Alp program this semester, that success transfers over into their other teaching.
Well, I appreciate that. It sounds like a great way to do it.
Thank you.
I'm glad the sabbatical was very profitable.
Yeah.
Very profitable.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate your report and your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Kroll. You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, moving on to strategic discussion items, the first being the deferred maintenance projects. Oh, is that Kent or
Kent
Ireland?
is going to talk about that.
Quick overview of this. Back in September, the board did approve going out for using Simpson Construction as a construction manager at risk for 5 projects. The 1600 building, which is Educare remodel, the 300 building HVAC, the 700 building roof, the 500 building HVAC, and the ADA projects around campus. And in February, Simpson took bids from their subcontractors, and that's what we've reported to you on page 26. The budget amounts there are the budget that was presented in September, in the board book in September. And it came to just a little under $1,792,000. And the actual bids came in here in February at $1,796,000. So we're about $4,600 over, but the bids do include 2 alternates, which will enhance the project. And those alternates amounted to about $40,000. So in the subsequent pages, we've given you information on the actual bidders. And if you have any questions or want any more detail on that, I've got the man up here who's in charge of the project.
Yeah, does anyone have any questions on that? Like he said, these prices do include 2 alternates, which were replacing all the ductwork in the 300 building. Since that building was, we've had quite a few issues in there in the past since the equipment in there was installed in the 60s, so it was needing replaced. And then In the 1600 building, alternate 2 was replace all the sheetrock that was on the walls that it had carpet installed on it, and it wasn't worth keeping at that time. So
It's a lot cheaper just to pull it off, throw it in the dumpster, and repair what you need behind it. If
Yeah.
there's any mold or crap.
exactly.
Don't call me for tear out. Paul. We're too busy.
We just want to keep you informed and updates on the project. If we had just maybe 1 minute for an unrelated topic, just give an update on the electrical infrastructure.
Yes.
This will just take a minute.
The electrical infrastructure, which is being completed by Atlas Construction, it started last September, October. We are probably 80% complete with that. They have all the trenching, all the conduit in the holes. They have most of the wire pulled through the conduit. And next Tuesday, Evergy is scheduled to actually install the 4 transformers on campus. So 7 of our buildings will be without power most of the day on Tuesday, but it is spring break week. So it was a good set in the schedule. We're still scheduled to be completed probably by the end of April on this project. We've had some issues with supplies, copper and wire and transformers and stuff have been delayed, but we're still on schedule to finish before the end of the spring semester. So does anyone have any questions on the electrical infrastructure?
Kent, I want to thank you all for the update.
Thank you.
Next topic is Dr. Kroll with the East Park Field.
Yeah, thank you. We have for the last, number of years, our Butler softball team has practiced and played their games on the north field at East Park, which is East Park city-owned property. And the last couple of years, we've had a short-term lease for both East Park and for McDonald Stadium. We've paid kind of a nominal fee to use that field, and but our coaches have been the ones that have done the work, the field work, the mowing and the fertilizing and all those kinds of things. The city has approached us a couple of, I guess it's been within the last month, sat down with David Dillner, and the city's interested in putting together a longer term lease for us to use the north field at East Park, probably a 10-year lease. It would allow the college to have that be the Butler field, exclusive use of that field, exclusive care of that field. A significant concern that's always been surrounding that, because it's public property and it's open, is safety out there. There's transient population through that park very frequently. It has happened on more than one occasion that when our women head out there to practice or get ready, they have to move somebody out of the dugout that's hanging out in there sleeping or, doing something. There's trash in the dugouts. There's, there's just human activity on that field because it's not secure. That's the most polite way probably to say that. And so part of what the city has proposed for us in this 10-year lease is that they would allow us to put some fencing around that field and secure it. It wouldn't have to be completely enclosed, but there are some areas beyond the outfield fence that come along the third base line and the first base line, kind of out to the outfield, the right outfield, where fencing would secure that field and better be able to keep people out of it. We would have to do a little bit of sidewalk work and cement work, but they're interested in whether we're interested in something like that. They also have plans to rebuild, to knock down the concession stand and the restroom that's there and upgrade those, build better concession stand, build better restroom. And at the same time that they would be constructing that, we would have an opportunity to build a locker room for our softball team. Our softball team's the only team that we have that doesn't have locker room space or, anything like that. And so we would have the opportunity, when that project was in progress, to do that same thing. We built a locker room for the baseball team at McDonald Field a few years ago that is just exclusive use by our baseball team. And so they've come to us with these initial ideas. Part of the construction of the concession stand and the restrooms, they would ask for some support from the college because we would be using the concession stand and obviously the restrooms, our fans would be. And what they're talking about, the estimates that they have right now for that construction is about $250,000 that they're talking about using city funds for, and have approached us with the idea that that we would possibly support that with $45,000 from our end to help potentially support the construction of that. And then we would have the cost of our locker room and fencing beyond that. And so I just wanted to put this out in front of you for some thought and some discussion. I told David Dillner that I couldn't make a commitment in any way, shape, or form until after I had a chance to visit with you folks. I know that in speaking with the mayor of El Dorado, as he's part of these discussions, that if we needed to budget that money over a period of a couple of years, we could do that. It wouldn't be necessarily that we would have to write a check right up front for everything. But I think it's important for us to support our women's team. And they have used that field for a number of years, but this really gives them the opportunity to have it be theirs exclusively and to be able to make improvements to it and to really care for it. The long-term goal for that field is to try to put artificial turf on it, but that's not a piece of the conversation right now. So anyway, I would entertain feedback from you or thoughts or questions. If you've got some that you want me to take back to to David and ask him, I'm happy to do that.
Are you taking excess sales tax money to build this? It's just a simple yes or no, Mayor.
Good luck with
Putting
that.
him on the spot.
I was even wondering, in due time, would there ever be thought of moving the softball facility closer to the campus or some,
Well, and we've had some of those discussions. I mean, that would be the ideal thing to do. But when you talk about building your own softball field on campus, the expenditure is
Right.
significant, way more
Yes.
significant than what this would be.
Right.
And this is known as the Butler Field.
Plus the softball team has won a few national
They have
championships.
two, yeah, two
So-
in recent years. So
Well, I have a couple questions. The East Park Field then and the McDonald Field, they're both actually El Dorado
city owned, city park, yeah.
Okay, is that the only parks they have?
Oh, no, there's a
No,
bunch of
I
parks.
mean, I'm just asking because I don't know.
There's softball fields out of the dam.
No, but city parks.
We've got,
Like you got 6 of them and we're gonna have
13 of
2
them.
or
No,
10?
as
14.
far as softball fields, we've got 3 down at East Park. There's a Cloverleaf 4 out at the lake. This is a lease on one field, the field at one of the fields at East Park, the north field. It's a field that Butler's used for a long time. This would give Butler exclusive use of it, and it helps from a city perspective to be able to facilitate it this way so that we can then organize our programming at the city level for our rec programs and so forth, and not have to worry about scheduling for that field. Do we schedule there? Is Butler going to be there? Are they going to need practice? Plus, it allows Butler softball to maintain that field in a manner that it needs to be maintained for college play, which is different than how fields should be maintained for city recreation play. And that's how, from a city perspective, that's how we're going to maintain it. We're going to keep these fields maintained at rec play. The reason McDonald Stadium for baseball is maintained differently is because the city historically has had a summer collegiate team that we've sponsored, the El Dorado Broncos. So that's used in a different manner. So that is maintained at a different level.
Now, you said the college built a locker room at McDonald already?
For the baseball team. That was probably,
Okay.
it was probably within the first 2 years that I.
Yeah,
was
it's
here.
been 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, and so East Park Field, is that gonna be the only field that we use then, or
For softball.
For softball,
softball? Okay.
it's a softball.
Is that it? Just gonna have to pay for the,
I mean, there'll be whatever the lease agreement
Annual.
is that David drafts up. That's our city manager handles that, but it has tentative, approval from the city commission to have him move into this conversation, which is the reason Dr. Kroll's here talking to y'all today, because we told David to go ahead and figure something out.
Do we keep the equipment out there at the field?
We have an agreement that allows us to use city equipment.
Oh, wonderful.
And so some of that will be, will stay in place. They've got their, one of their maintenance buildings right out there where the equipment is stored. And so that's been a nice benefit because then we don't have to purchase special mowers and things like that. So we've talked with the city about continuing to be able to do that.
so does the city maintain it now?
No,
Or
we
does
do. Our coaches do.
A little bit of both. In the summertime, the city maintains it, but again, the city maintains it not at a college playing level.
But does
We-
the city just basically not use it? I mean, I assume if
We
you're
don't
willing
we don't program on it. Sorry, we don't program on it during softball season,
to- okay.
college softball season. It does get used in the summer. It's an open field. It's a city park, so we have teams will go practice there and do things to the field, and then we go back in and try to fix it.
So would that change? if
That
we
would
did
change.
use-
It would have exclusive use to Butler, and then once Butler put the fence around it or figured out how to secure the field, then it's Butler. I mean, it's Butler's field.
It would be then just Butler's field.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
mean, it
plan.
Is
makes
that,
sense
are
to
we talking
use.
about a 6-foot fence?
Oh,
I'm just
whatever
asking.
Butler chooses to do. I don't know. I mean, that's the,
That's,
Me
I
personally,
know, that's.
I don't have a big desire to build a locker room. That's just my initial impression.
Well, my concern is a Title IX concern. It's a women's team. It's the only team that we have that doesn't have their own personal locker room space.
Amen.
And so I think we have to be really cognizant of that, when we're talking about that. And that's besides the fact that they need a place to be able to change their clothes and all of
Right.
that sort of stuff.
But
But
we
there's
built-
also a Title IX and equity issue that goes along with it too.
And I understand that too, because Rose Hill has the same problem. But we have built already a locker room at McDonald's. Could we maybe just build a locker room at East Park
Well, that's what we're talking about.
That's what we're
and
talking-
not take it over?
What- Why would we not? Because our
Well,
coaches,
because there's, we're just discussing it. We haven't moved on it yet, which is a good thing. I just want the total cost.
I will get
be
that to you
involved.
when I
You know,
have
how
those
much the
dollars.
Fencing's gonna cost, what it's gonna add in personnel, what it's gonna
It's
add,
not gonna add any personnel.
what it's
we
gonna
already
add
have
in insurance liability. I mean, those are huge deals to me.
Well,
So, yeah.
you've got the softball women right now walking into a dugout with open syringes in it.
Or
Yeah, well, I'm
feces.
not
or
arguing
feces.
that. I'm
Well,
not
but-
arguing any of that.
Well, how do we fix that though if we can't control who can get into
Well,
it?
how do we
Right.
control McDonald?
It's
locked.
McDonald is locked.
It's a lock. It's an
McDonald
enclosed
is,
So you're
is
saying
completely
that
enclosed.
Has already got a big giant fence around.
It's the way
Yeah.
it's built.
Yes.
It's a big limestone. It's a big limestone stadium. It's an old one, so it's completely
It
enclosed.
was an
and
old
locked.
WPA project.
Yeah.
Maybe we should be buying that one.
Do you want to
Well,
do the
that's
maintenance
not
on that one?
That one might be a little bit more.
And that's not, it's not a softball field.
Ireland says, no, we do not want that. Yeah, all right.
I don't want any more structures.
So I will come back to you with more information. Can I go forward with talks with the city on this project? Do I
Right.
get a general consensus from you that we can continue the conversation and get a little bit more information?
Yes.
I always want to see more.
I would,
Okay.
I think
I
it
will do
makes
that.
sense for the city
I
and the
think it-
college to be together,
Partner.
sorry, and yeah, to be partners on it. My only concern would be what you had mentioned earlier, which is the liability. How does that get handled between the city and
Yeah.
the college?
We would work that out through lease agreement, so.
Sorry, did I mean to interrupt you?
Yeah, right
Okay,
now.
I'll bring
probably
more
the city
information back.
does All the liability. Something on the east part. They probably do all the liability on that park right now because it's part of their system.
there's, I went prepared for the role there. There's protections in place. The city, if something falls, breaks your leg apart, the city's not responsible. there's protections in place against.
If one of our student athletes gets hurt out there, then they're part of the athletic program. And so, we've got options through the athletic program.
Okay.
If there's an event happening, whoever's sponsoring that event on one of our pieces of property, they're responsible for liability today.
Same way with the high school when they use the two south fields.
Okay.
So, but there's protections in place for cities, for municipalities, and parks.
This is talking about the city retaining ownership.
It would just be a
So it's
10-year lease.
Yeah, it's just a lease.
Yeah.
Same liabilities as we have.
Except you want the locker room and the fence built, right? Is that the only two things? Just the
That's what we're talking about right
locker
now.
building and the, okay.
That's what we're talking about. There'll have to be we'll have to redo some sidewalk stuff depending on how the route of the fence. Yeah, some of it they might be able to help with.
Okay, good discussion. Moving on, Dr. Mohammed, the Butler County Business Sentiment Survey you saw.
Thank you, Chairman Rhodes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll, in a minute, I'll go around and pass out the survey, and we'll have the principal researcher share the findings with you. But just want to set the frame here that, about 100 years ago, Calvin Coolidge told us that the business of America is business. He probably said it in a more New England accent than I am. But that being said, this is our public service in acknowledgement of that truth. It remains true today as it was then. It remains true in the heart. We had thought about doing something like this for a long time, partly because the sentiment of business owners, and many of you are, is the leading indicator for economic climate, even far more than revenues and profits, which become lagging indicators once we find them. Based on that, we were able to do this survey, and Jenna Gannon will tell you a little more about it. Three things come to mind. One, this is to help local businesses and service providers to get a sense of the business climate in terms of their planning in the near future. Two, provide a tool for economic development folks for attracting new businesses, investors, families eventually. And finally, to guide us to align programs better to suit with the business needs of the community. And eventually we'll be sharing, this is the first public group we're sharing it. Very soon we'll be sharing it with the chambers, the economic development professionals, and certainly the mayor of El Dorado and others. Having said that, Jenna, take it away.
Good evening. As Dr. Mohammed said, my name is Jenna Gannon. I was the principal researcher on this project. I am fairly new this time to Butler Community College. I graduated from here in 2012 with my associates in chemistry, and I returned to institutional research in November. I'm very excited to be back. As he's passing out the handouts, I will let you guys read this. It's just a few pages, but I just want to hit some of the high notes on it. You guys can read through it, and then I'll kind of open it up for questions after we kind of touch on some of those high points there. And my contact information is also on that cover page, my email, if you come up with questions afterwards that you'd rather ask later. So if you take a look at this summary, it kind of takes you through our background and our methodology. We had 3 research questions. They're listed on the first page. So we really wanted to look at the current business climate in Butler County specifically, and really what our business owners' perceptions of future business climate in Butler County. And then thirdly, how Butler Community College can enhance our programming to better serve their specific business needs. So those were the 3 things that we wanted to answer through our survey questions. And the survey itself was modeled after U.S. Census Bureau's Small Business Pulse Survey. Figure we might as well let the experts do the big work there and just really hook their questions to fit more of our target market. So if you kind of look through that, section there on the methodology, it talks about how we distributed the survey. We worked with our marketing department to obtain some lists of folks that we could send out to as far as registered businesses within Butler County. So we really appreciate their partnership on helping us facilitate that. And we sent out an email through a third-party vendor, and then we also sent out a postcard to the registered businesses, and that was with the help of our secretarial center. So we do both really appreciate their help with both of those things. Kind of moving on to the findings, they are on page 2. You'll see a breakdown of the location of the businesses that responded. The most important thing there is we had a really fantastic showing of our Butler, our El Dorado businesses, with a few businesses in other communities as well. So we did have a really fantastic showing from our El Dorado community. While we can always improve upon that, I felt that that was a really good start for our first ever survey. And then after that, you'll see a breakdown of the industries that were responding. And the respondents could select as many of those as they wanted to, but there were 17 different industry clusters that were represented by the survey respondents. If you move over to page 3, it will kind of talk about a little bit more of the current business health. But before I move on to that, I did want to mention that our most well-represented industries were our healthcare, and I don't think that's a surprise to anyone with our current climate of where we're at, our construction and our restaurants. Those were the 3 industries that were best represented by our respondents. Moving on to current business health. I was really excited when I started seeing the responses come in, and 88.89, so almost 90% of our respondents indicated that their businesses were healthier than they were 2 years ago. That figure 1 on the top of page 3 gives you a breakdown of their 4 possible respondents. Most of those folks were moderately healthy, but if you combine the moderately healthy and the extremely healthy as their response was, that's almost 90% of our respondents. We're feeling pretty good about where they're at over 2 years ago. I feel like that we were very pleasantly not surprised-ish when we started seeing those results come in. And then secondly, if we move on, and there's some responses from our folks in there, and I'll let you guys read that. You don't need me to read it for you. Out of the current business health, our respondents also noted that they felt that they employed slightly more folks than they did over 2 years ago. But looking forward, outlook is a little bit more positive, where almost 95% of respondents had a positive outlook on how their business would perform over the next 2 years. So that is still slightly better about where we were 2 years ago. And 82.46, so almost 83% of folks believe that they will be employing more paid employees over the next 2 years. And that's not unpaid internships, that's not volunteer hours, that is paid employees, which is really important when we're looking at developing our workforce. So I'm going to kind of skip down to the last section there towards the bottom of page 4, where it says, how can Butler Community College help? We had a lot of respondents who were very eager to talk to us about how they would like to partner more with more internships and the possibility of exploring training opportunities. So that was also really exciting. That information was shared with the folks within the college as far as our department. Thank you. Career services, as well as the folks that do the training for those types of programs as well. They were given the contact information for the folks that provided that for us. It wasn't required. People could have decided not to share any of their contact information. But those who did share that with us, I encouraged our folks to reach out to them to build those partnerships. So overall, our response rate was a little lower than we'd hoped, but those who did respond were very positive about where we were over 2 years ago, but also where we're going. And that just puts us as a college in a really good position to continue to build those partnerships, to continue to meet the needs of our workforce here, specifically within Butler County. And then not included in this, we did also award 6 prizes, and I finally got the last one out last week. Our grand prize winner was an optometrist here in town, Dr. Smith at Smith Vision Center. And you should be able to see a little bit more of that come out in the community newsletter, and his picture potentially, depending on where things land. But I'm really excited. It was really wonderful to see those winners and kind of talk to them about that and share our appreciation with them. I think that's everything. Do you have anything to add before?
The only thing I'll add is a big takeaway from this.
All right. If anyone has any questions or anything, I'm here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I kind of wanted to know where you got your list of registered businesses. I just wondered if you went through chambers or how you did it.
We started to look at that, but the chambers, their lists were not as comprehensive as the one I was able to obtain through our marketing department. It's a third-party vendor, and I don't remember it off the top of my head, but our marketing team would be able to tell us how a little bit more information on how that's procured through that third party.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to how they came up with that.
I know that there's
Because of the low turnout mainly, and because it was so, obviously El Dorado people turned in their stuff that nobody else did, or very few.
It was
It's kind of disappointing.
and I think for our first try, I think we have some things to learn on how to encourage that, but we can also use some encouragement from our community partners to help us get the word out next time.
Well, like I said, maybe you could bring us more information next time about how it was done and where they got the list.
Yeah.
Did you
Or
send
how
out
it
a
was
reminder
compiled.
if they didn't respond?
No, because that it was more money to send out a reminder, and the list was I did not have access to the names. It's a private list, and we pay more for the more that gets sent out.
Oh, you paid a company to
Yes,
develop the list.
it's a third party vendor.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Of
Appreciate
course.
that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation. Very nice.
Okay, moving on, we've got our board governance discussion. Just wanted to briefly in open session, Dr. Kroll mentioned a little bit about the coma complaint that the county attorney issued his opinion on last month, where I think this has some discussion from a governance standpoint is the complaint was initiated by one of our trustees. Trustee Winslow initiated it.
That's right.
It was initiated after a meeting in which we voted unanimously to go into executive session. There were no objections in executive session. There were no objections coming out of executive session. So we left the meeting that night not thinking anything was amiss. The complaint was filed approximately 2 weeks later. Nobody on the board was notified. Not only was it filed with the AG's office, it was also carbon copied to the chair of the Butler County Commission and Representative Williams. This strikes me.
Actually, the first time, no, you've got that a little bit wrong. Let me just, and I have no problem discussing this in open meeting. I did file that complaint. There have been multiple meetings in the past 2 years where I felt coma was violated. That's why I've been pushing for so long to have a session with Mr. Devaney, a good training session. We're not all going to agree, but I've observed that, and I've also said things in public meetings before and in executive sessions, and I'm sure that the board members can attest to that, or some of them that were here at the time, that I felt like this was not appropriate as far as an executive session, and I'm going to stand behind that. And the only thing I can say to the rebuttal as far as Mr. Devaney is, he's a very busy man. As long as we're observing the rules, which right now I think we've gotten a lot better, that it won't happen. But if it does, then
The governance issue is our obligation as trustees is to be looking out for the best interests of the college. Now, we all take a different angle on where we think that is. I don't know how anyone can credibly argue that the best interests of the college are being served by a complaint being filed with the AG's office without notifying anybody else here, and at the same time notifying other elected officials. That's a smear campaign.
I just said that I had made multiple complaints inside.
We're talking
executive
about
session
this complaint.
Before this ever happened. And I was poo-pooed. No, we're not gonna talk about that. No, we're fine.
We're
No
talking about,
discussion was ever allowed.
we're talking about this
And I'm talking
complaint.
about the same
No.
subject. You said we never got notified. What would you do? If in multiple sessions I had questioned and I was just.
I certainly wouldn't have notified other elected officials without giving your fellow trustees the courtesy of knowing what you were doing. That's not looking out. That's not looking out for Butler. That's looking out for your own private agenda to smear the college.
You know what? That's not my private agenda, Forrest. That's not my private agenda. And I really resent you saying that.
Then explain to me why Representative Williams and the chair of the Butler County Commission had more of a right to know about this complaint before there was any decision made on it. So it's an unfounded allegation. Why did they have more of a right to know about it than the rest of the board?
3 or 4 days later, or maybe a week, I don't know how long it was, but I felt like that the Attorney General was going to respond as he always has, and he would refer it directly to Darren DeVinny. So when I sent Darren DeVinny all of the evidence and the pre-tape meetings and so forth and so on, I included a copy of it to Miss Williams and also to my own commissioner representative.
But not to anyone else in this room.
I have already addressed this several times to this board in the past. Several times, Forrest.
Anyone else has any comments?
You know, for several times, but like the lady said that came, Miss Gibbons, remember what she said? When you have a really big minority, you've got to pay more attention. And you know what? We were a pretty big minority of 2 in the past year. And I just felt like we had some meetings that were disclosure issues. I felt like the issues that we discussed should have been discussed in a public meeting, as we reiterated a while ago in a executive session that I can't talk about, but we just discussed this.
But the county attorney, the AG's office through the county attorney disagreed with you. They did
That's
not
fine.
find, there were,
I
they did
sent
not
him a
find. there
letter
was-
directly to ask him because I wanted him to look into it. And if I think they've been violated again, I will do the same, Forrest.
And therein lies the rub. It's not the complaint. The
You want me
complaint to
bring
me, let me
anything
finish.
to the table tonight.
Let me finish.
'Cause we could talk about it.
My personal opinion, I am less bothered by the complaint than I am the fact that you went out and smeared the college to other elected officials without even giving the board the courtesy of knowing what you were doing. That bothers me personally a lot more than the fact that you disagreed
They had
with how we
every,
handled something.
they had every notice.
No,
in
we didn't. We
another
had
executive
absolutely no
session
notice of what you
where
did.
Just like the one executive session where somebody presented something that was not related to the executive session whatsoever.
We're talking about this executive session and this
I'm trying
complaint.
to
We're
tell
not
you
dragging
why
up
I
every
didn't
executive
bother.
session over the last
Why I
2
didn't
years.
bother, because you have always brushed it aside. That's why I didn't bother.
Does
Now,
anyone
do
else
we
have
talk-
any
wanna
comment
talk
on this?
about
No
the-
more comments. Thank you.
My only comment had nothing to do with the Attorney General, but that night when we were going into the executive session, it was a little bit of, we were kind of, do we do this, do we do that? It was a little, we were kind of questioning how we went into it if we were, but that's the only thing we have. The procedural thing of what did we mention.
He reviewed the video
No, I know,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
in the
I do
minutes.
remember that night saying like, I don't know this how we do it, but it was an unusual thing to tackle several. Right, he said.
Ray
it
was here
fine,
and,
so.
yeah.
When we got in the executive session, many times I have voiced my concerns.
Today, we have a different commission or different board than we did back then. And just in fairness to everyone, couldn't we, if you feel like that a week or 2 weeks after the meeting, you have every opportunity to let the chair know that you felt something was done incorrectly and ask that, within our group that we discuss it. It is gonna, I mean, moving forward, every time one of these things happen, I fear for our opportunity when we go to get our accreditation again. They see these things. I mean, he's saying twice in 2 years and never before. You know, what are they thinking when they're seeing this stuff from us?
What do you think they think when they see the foundation's corporate notices are delinquent? Which they
Foundation is an
were.
entirely separate
You know
entity
what,
from the
Forrest?
college.
Not really. It's
No,
still
really.
related to this college.
It is a separate
Yeah.
organized.
Of which you're on the
business
board. I get
entity.
it.
I'm not on the board.
Well, you have been. You were the director.
That
Was
does
it
not,
2 years ago
that
or
does
last?
not change.
I'm
I
just
withdrew
saying,
from
if
the,
you're gonna nail me for things like that, I'm gonna tell them
It is
some of
not-
the things you're not paying.
it is not nailing anyone.
is.
It is bringing an
You're
issue
asking
to
me
public
to go
light.
by rules that you yourself are not following. So, you know, whatever.
Does anyone else have any?
I will make
comments?
one comment because it happened, I'm like Linda, it happened before January. And having served on many boards, it is a trust issue.
Sure is.
And that's all I'll say about it. It's a trust issue.
Well, I agree with that. It's very much a trust issue.
We'll move on to the added discussion item, which was the Shelby, the BKD
Yeah,
software.
I sent everybody an email, which is what I brought up previously months ago before y'all were elected. And it was just a breakdown of what they're offering to do. I'll get it done in 45 seconds. A breakdown for sports. We'll know, like for the volleyball or the softball team, hey, we might know what they generate, turnstiles, attendance, expenses. Hey, they're making us great money. Let's build a locker room, boom, boom, boom. We know, right now I just don't know. And then the same on location, they'll do a breakdown per location and give us more data that way. So that's just all it is. It's their proposal. I'm sure it's not good right now because it's been a couple months, but that's what they're presented and I passed it along to you guys. So look at it, we can discuss it later.
Is it the same substance, Shelby, as what was emailed back before we had the meeting with where Kent and Kim Sherwood talked about it last year? Or is this
I
different?
presented it at that meeting,
Yes.
but I'm not sure I ever emailed it to you.
Okay, I didn't know
I
if it
may
was
have, but
different
I
than,
don't
I didn't know if it was different than what you.
No, it's the
presented.
exact same thing I handed out. But since it's a new group of folks, I thought
The way I
was gonna
understood
say,
it,
I kind of opened it for a second and it was on my phone and I couldn't see it. So.
Okay.
and
we
I
as a
like to
board
do
agreed to
comments.
this visibility reporting for BKD like months ago. And then when it came down to implementing it, all of a sudden, well, we're only gonna do this part or this part. And
I just
talk
think as a
about,
board, as a body, we could look at it and decide it's something we want to
I
proceed
mean,
with.
the
Yes
board
or
already
no, vote
decided
up or
what we were
down.
gonna have. And then
Right.
somebody changed it. Why? I don't know.
I don't think it's been changed.
I do.
Well, let Kent tell you what the board agreed to and what's going to be implemented.
I'd have to
I
go
think that
back
will
to
help
that month to
clarify it.
verify it. I'd have to actually watch the meeting, yes.
Well, then go do that and you can announce that next week or next month if you think that Kent's summary is wrong.
And,
Okay,
and-
good.
and if I would proceed with this in the future, make it an action item, I wouldn't want to put a 2-month time frame on you guys or just like, this is something.
Well, part
we
of it,
would
I
like
mean,
to
this
proceed with.
was an action item. We voted on this 2 months ago. There was a disagreement in terms of the board as to what direction to go. The board as a body made a decision and gave direction to Kent and Kim on where to go. And what this sounds to me like is you want to revisit that decision.
No.
I would
this
like to
was voted
revisit
on
this decision because I
not
would
just
like
2
more
months ago.
data. That's all. I just would say I wouldn't want to put a tight time frame and cause the accounting department a ton of headache if it's something to be done over time to get us more data over time. I don't.
Right. Okay, what was approved was basically, if I look at the contribution analysis tool that PKD has, where we look at academic programs, we look at the direct costs of the program and the direct revenue that's generated by that program. We're in the middle of that implementation process right now. And we've gotten through a lot of the student records input with the consultant and some of the general ledger input. The next step is in the payroll HR section, and we're probably going to put that on hold for a few weeks because they're shorthanded right now. They're going to get one of their employees back who we think will be instrumental in helping us do that part. So that'll be our next step. Also, there'll be a transition with Kim Sherwood's going and Carrie Potter taking her position there. So what we're hoping is to get that all done on the direct costs and the direct revenues before the end of the year. It'll give us a 3-year history. And then we want to look at the next 2 modules, I think, which are what you're talking about. There's the indirect or overhead cost allocation and the athletic part of that. And we've talked with our BKD reps, and they've told us that sometimes people do it all at once. Very often they do it in this manner, where you go ahead and you implement the basic program first, and then you add these 2 steps later. So that is our plan at this time.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to tuition and fee rate recommendations. So Kent, you still have.
Information on the recommendation is on page 40, 41, and 42 of your board book. We did bring this information on the tuition and fees last month, just to give you a heads up on that. We are adding the recommended increase to the technology access charge for your approval also. Now, the tuition and fees, as you can see, the overall rates for in-county, out-county, in-state, and outstate tuition, we're recommending stay the same. And there's a decrease on the international rate. As we mentioned last time, we're hopeful that that decrease will generate more credit hours. And so we're looking at a break even there. The technology access charge, we are increasing that charge, and that's spelled out on page 41. Those dollars generated by that technology access charge go to help support our student technology, broadband, and all the infrastructure throughout campus. And the I don't know if you have questions, Bill can answer this better than me, but the increase is aimed strictly at some projects that are aimed specifically at enhancing the student technology experience. And so I would open that up for questions. And
I was curious on the technology charge. I was just doing some quick numbers, just a ballpark. Like if we had 130,000 credit hours, average of 9 credit hours per student, would that increase? Would that bring in about $175,000?
the increase, I think that's close.
Yeah, it's right at close to $200,000. And so that technology access charge, as we've discussed in here before, when I brought the laptop initiative forward and we talked about the Adobe Creative Campus, the question often from you, Shelby, was about sustainability. And I mentioned in those meetings that sustainability is created through our technology access charge. And I also mentioned in those meetings that we would see an increase in that technology access charge in order to firm up our ability to be able to provide these services as we move forward. And so this is that kind of that first step. You'll see a slight increase over the next 3 years. At the end of the 3-year period, we'll be where we need to be to have that long-term sustainability. We paid for 3 years of the laptop initiative, the My Butler laptop program, and we paid for 3 years of the Adobe Creative Campus with the HERF money. And so, I told you guys when we were in here talking about that, I wasn't going to come back and ask for more money later. So this is that sustainability piece.
I like how you tiered it a little bit. So like somebody taking 3 hours, it went up 20%, whereas the higher end people only went up 7%.
Right.
It's $10 versus
18. Right.
But, eh.
And that was kind of by design. I mean, there was a minimum amount that we had to collect, which was that $10, and we didn't want to rest all of the expense on one of those tiers. And somebody that is just taking 3 hours, to add $18 or 20 or whatever, to add that bigger amount makes it kind of untenable. So this gave us that opportunity. We created these tiers last year when we implemented the technology access charge. We got rid of a handful of different fees. We rolled it into one of technology access charge. So
my only other 2 cents, I know inflation this year is at least probably 10%. We got room and board going up, pretty much everything going up, raises going up, healthcare going up. I would personally like to see It's not even 3%, but my personal opinion is I'd like to see the what is it? The in-state and out-of-county tuition go up to $2.50. Just, and I figured that would generate maybe $300,000, but it's not a lot, but it's less than 3%. I'd like to keep the in-county kids the same. That's just one person's opinion.
I
Well-
just want to be competitive.
Yeah, the universities aren't raising their rates this year. KBOR told them that they could not. And so again, I think this is a recommendation that's come from our tuition and fee committee that's done a lot of work on this. We feel like there's some marketing advantage, and PR advantage in being able to tell our students, your tuition fees are not going to go up, especially when you've got, the institutions just down the road from us that are in that same boat. So,
My opinion is $2 for 15 hours. I think Butler's worth $30 more. I mean, everything's going up this year. I mean, gas is now $4, so you need to stay treading water. I mean, $2.50 an hour is not treading water. We're still, I think, losing at that point. Elasticity of demand, I think. But that's my opinion.
Any other discussion? Entertain a motion to approve. Oh, wait.
Mr.
One quick question. The activity fee are used to provide scholarships. Is that only sports scholarships or is that just scholarships in general?
it's outside of not the foundation scholarships, but it's
Right.
Grizzly.
Student scholarships.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not only purely athletic.
no, no, fine arts.
Deans, presidentials.
Yeah, SGA, Student Government Association. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the fiscal year 2023 per credit hour tuition and fees rate and the technology access charged as presented to us.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just wondered if, did you start the fee tier thing because you're gonna get ahead, make sure that at the end of 3 years, when all the extra funding goes away, you'll be able to continue? Is that why? We can't wait 3 years and then charge them?
Yeah, I mean, so if we wait 3 years and hit them all at once with that charge,
It'd
then
be
it's,
$300.
yeah, it's gonna be like a $50, $60
We're gonna
increase.
be upgrading laptops by that.
Yeah, and so this allows us to start building that account so that we can continue the program. But yes, to your point that I didn't want to hit them with a giant charge all at once. Gotta ease it in.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard, no. Trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
No.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Please make sure that Shelby's remarks are noted in the minutes.
And they'll be on the video. I'll designate the time on the video and yeah. I'm not going to do them word for word, but I can note that he questioned about raising.
Can I make two quick quotes or two quick comments off topic? I really appreciate the minutes this month. I know it's gonna be consent agenda, but it's timestamped, which is really great. And there
It's
was
the
one other
YouTube,
thing in there
yeah.
that was really nice.
Well, thank you.
So it was like,
I'm
oh,
trying
here's-
really hard.
Here's the YouTube timestamp. It's like, oh, that's really great. Because before you just kind of guess, like, I don't remember when that was.
Well, part of the reason I did that again is so if people want to go back and listen to the
Right.
entire
Yeah, no,
conversation.
it's really nice.
Yeah.
And there's one other point of me giving a compliment, which I don't do very often. My wife tells me. But if I think of it, I'll bring it up again.
Okay.
Because there's another one in here somewhere. I just got to find the note.
So you, wow. So you're getting credit for a compliment you really didn't make.
That one thing. Good job.
That's slick. I gotta try that. That's slick. Remember that compliment I didn't give?
Oh, my only other thing on the budget is apparently yesterday, supposedly, they're going to fully fund the college because everybody's flushed with COVID money or whatever. So Butler should get another 3.4 million this year.
Potentially.
I'm going to ask that most of that goes back to the taxpayers since it's kind of money above and beyond what we budgeted for had recently. So I know that's a future.
You also understand we've been underfunded for 20 years too.
I don't
Well,
know
there's a,
about
yeah,
that.
there's
Yeah,
a
we have.
discussion I want to have with that too,
Yeah.
about
We'll bring
holding,
some information to you.
holding other schools harmless when we could have
Yeah,
actually
we
been
need to
funded
stop
and had
doing
more
that.
money. But that, anyway,
Let's
that's
move
a
on.
future.
Let's
Yeah,
move on.
yeah.
Room and meal rate plans for next year.
Bill Rinkenbach.
Well, good evening. Our group consists of a residence hall director, an assistant director, our facilities people, myself, and Carrie Potter. We look at our room and board rates, look at the demands for any kind of repairs or maintenance that needs to take place in the residence halls, and then come up with what we believe is a sustainable cost to charge our students. We're not trying to make a lot of money. However, we want the room and board or the room charges to keep us in the black with the operation of our residence halls. The food service rate is going up by 5.8%. It's the cost of doing business through Great Western. Again, we don't try to make money off of the meals for Great Western. It's a break-even expense. So our recommendation is that the annual charge for West Hall would be $56.20. For Cummins and East is $68.50. And then for the apartments is $71.70. Overall, it's about a 3.7% increase, which is under the inflation rate. We understand that. We budget our residence hall rates at 85% occupancy. In the fall, we'll typically be over that. So we feel pretty confident that this will keep us in the black. On the other, we also are recommending that we raise the residence hall rates by 3% for the fire science facility, so that we can keep that facility up and running for the 10 students that live there as a part of the fire science program. If you look on the next sheet, you can see kind of where we're at, our history since 95 of what we've done with the residence hall rates, and then how we compare to the other colleges where we can get their information. Sometimes we can get it pretty readily, sometimes we can't. But it's kind of showing where the averages are. We're a little bit above the average for East and Cummins. But we feel like that's still pretty competitive for where we are and what we offer with our residence hall program. So I'd answer any questions that you have, but this is our recommendation.
I guess the argument you presented is the same argument I presented for just raising tuition less than 3%. It's like going up, we need to stay competitive, even if it's a couple dollars more than down the street. I think it's worth it. So I do think we need to raise it 3% just to stay competitive. I mean, just stay in the black.
Well, once we have the students here, and it's a big, I mean, we've got to do everything we can to get students here, but once we get them here, we have to make, we have to keep it in the black to house them. So.
But what happens to the money if you have it left over? Let's say we raise them all, what'd you say, 3.7?
It goes into the Student Life Fund, which is an auxiliary fund that we keep track of.
Is that what you said, 3.7 is the average?
That's the average increase.
Yes.
I move that we approve it as presented.
My gosh, I second Mr. Shelby.
I don't think taxpayers should pay, but I think people who use a product should pay for said product. They choose a favorite product, that's on them. We have a good product.
Any other discussion?
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Oh, I was
Motion
waiting for you to
carries.
say no.
7-0.
Thank
So
you.
disappointing, Shelby.
I know.
Okay, I'm moving on the revision to
What you're
the
gonna
fire
do?
science
I move to approve it.
curriculum certificate program.
Okay. Whatever.
We have Zach Lindsay
All right.
from Fire Science to tell us.
Sure.
Good evening. Good to see you all again. And for those of you that I haven't met before, Zach Lindsay, I'm lead fire instructor here at our fire science program at Butler. I've been here, I started in the fall full time. So as I got here, one of my jobs was to kind of dig into our program and see where we can make improvements. And one of the improvements I feel like we can make from my past experience at different institutions is we currently do an excellent job at facilitating the education of our new inductory level firefighters into being a firefighter. And in the fire science program. However, after their initial training and their certifications, I don't feel like we do the region or the area good service of providing leadership, management training, fire service supervisory training that is certificate and unique to the fire service. You know, it's a tough job. When I was a captain, you wake up and you go in the morning, you supervise, you eat breakfast with your employees. You may have to discipline them throughout the day, eat dinner with them later, and then sleep overnight under the same roof. It's a difficult job to be a supervisor and an instructor in the fire services. Being an instructor in the fire service is a very tough job because you're preparing for somebody to perform what could be a life or death situation down the road. So those are some certifications that we've been put into this certificate program. Instructor 1 and 2, which is a fire service IFSAC certification that is tested by KU, just like our certifications now, and as well as fire officer 1 and 2, which are 2 certifications that are tested by KU, and they are IFSAC national certifications. And then the last class in the certificate will be a safety officer course, which gives young fire officers the ability to overlook a fire scene or an accident scene and make decisions on the safety of their crews while they're on that particular scene. So just kind of an upgraded class from their regular safety that they've had before. Those are the 5 courses that are added, be a 16-hour certification or a certificate. And so that would be the.
And it's not taking place, it's not taking the place of the Cert B. It's not taking place of anything. It's just an addition.
It's a revision of our current certificate, our certificate, our current certificate. Haven't even taught it in years.
Yeah.
And it has our same courses that we have in our degree program, which they can come and take from us anyway and get their certifications. See, another thing that we're doing in the fall is we're changing structure of our current firefighter 1 and 2 and hazmat just in the one class. They can, of course, you're going to have night classes where people that have jobs can come and do whatever, but we're having more of an academy setup where the first 8 weeks, they're going to take 3 firefighter courses that are core for them to get hired in the fire service. And the last 8 weeks of the semester, they're going to take EMT, but they're going to be here in an academy style Monday through Thursday and get all these hours in. And they're going to be hireable and ready to go on the truck in 16 weeks. So cool. And that's the same type of academy I went through. So I know it can be done in the structure of it. So, yes, sir.
My question on Appendix C on the left side, or is that what we have currently, and we're going to change that to the 16 hours on the right side of the column?
I believe so. I'm sorry, I don't have that right.
Oh, that's all right. It was current courses like basic life support, firefighter,
Yes.
fire and emergency. Those are changing to safety officer, instructor 1.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay. And the only question I had at the top was confusing for me. It says the courses on the left with an asterisk are the ones that are going to be a change, and then 2 asterisks are supposed to. That'll be the new course. Are we missing some asterisks there in the application?
They can make those changes before those.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I was looking for that. That's why it's a little confusing at first.
Oh, yeah, it should be that those are new courses.
And the ones on the left are changed to the ones on the right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the ones on the left, most of them are in our curriculum now, our AS group.
And it said in there that somebody that's not ready to teach this course
Right.
will be
Yes,
ready
sir.
when they take
Yes, sir.
it.
So this is going to be.
It's not going to
So
add
what you're
teachers or
gonna see
anything.
here,
It's just,
you're going to see, and we're going to, what we've done is we've implemented high flex, the fire science building. We've got that technology in. So these are going to be current firefighters, right? They're going to be on shift. They're not going to be off at the times that we teach this. So we're going to teach this in a high flex function. So just like any firefighter in the world logs into their training all the time at the station, they can log in and still be in the course in attendance. Because this is not these classes aren't necessarily all in person. Now they'll have to come and do presentations for instructor, stuff like that. But the high flex technology is going to be a huge help to broaden our horizons on who we can teach.
Yeah, let me just clarify something, because I don't know exactly if you and Shelby were on the same page.
Okay.
My understanding of what's on Appendix C is the reason there's no asterisk is because none of the
Those are
actual
the same
courses are
ones over
changing.
there. Yeah.
It's just a different group of courses that are being put
That's,
together.
Peggy's wheelhouse, I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the
I produced
Yeah.
the
They
numbers
show
and
up over
the
here.
horses.
the firefighter 100 class isn't changing. It's just no longer going to be a part of this.
Yes, sir,
certification.
that's right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Firefighter 100 is our Fire One.
Okay.
And that is going to change structurally during the daytime hours, but the night class that we've always had for Firefighter One is going to stay, which is historically a lower enrollment rate than our daytime course.
Any other discussion, questions?
Motion.
Oh,
I
We need a motion.
I move we approve the program revisions, which incorporates new courses fitting industry needs for the fire science program.
Second.
I'm sorry, was that you, Shelby?
Okay.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow, trustee Shearer,
Yes,
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys
Okay,
continuing
thank you.
support.
thank you.
And the burn building's up, the first floor is up and going.
It
Hey,
is?
that's great.
Come and watch.
Oh, man.
Anything lit on fire, my children would be more than happy to come over.
We're always looking for pallets and.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next topic, we'll kind of try to keep us moving here. The 2021 professional employees contract.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Shel.
Hi. Good evening. This action item is for the board's ratification of the 2021-22 contract between the Professional Employee Association and the Board of Trustees. The items listed here include the items that are included in the contract for the 2021-22 year
You have a hard copy in front of you guys.
that you should have in front of you. In addition to that, several negotiated items or items that were up for negotiation which did not get included in the contract have been added as a letter of understanding to the 21-22 contract year for further negotiations in the next contract year of 22-23. We're asking the board for approval of this contract for 21-22 as the faculty have ratified on March 5th.
I move to approve it as presented.
Second. Okay. Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes,
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion
approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Shel. Thank you. We'll find some more next year, later this week. Moving on to personnel, a couple of retirements.
Hi, Jessica Oman, Associate Vice President for Student Services. We'd have two advisors that are retiring this year. The first one we have is Tammy Baker. She will retire on April 1st. She's had 15 years of working in academic advising. She's served as an adjunct and a part-time advisor at the Butler Service Center. And just as a reminder, the Service Center includes, they serve Butler students as including military and military family members, high school students, new and continuing Butler students. She serves as a liaison to our program faculty for business technology, business medical specialist, physician coding, and accounting assistant programs. She has great attention to detail. She's very conscientious, has great concern and care for our students, and she will be really missed by all of the colleagues and students. So also Cheryl Johnson will retire on April 1st. She has had a cumulative of 18 years to the college. She began her service to Butler in 2004, where she was an adjunct history instructor. And then in 2009, she became an academic advisor and served part-time in that role. Then in 2013, she became a full-time advisor. She serves as the lead academic advisor in Andover. She has served on the Kansas Board of Regents Developmental Education Working Group, also the Developmental Education Task Force here at the college, and she's been a driving force for the implementation of pathways. She's served as the faculty liaison for developmental education, early childhood, and the English programs. So she is a great collaborator. She's very service oriented, and we are going to miss her greatly.
Would entertain a motion to approve the retirements of both Tamara Baker and Cheryl Johnson.
I'll motion that.
Second.
Sorry to sit down about it.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes,
trustee Smith.
Yes.
You, motion carries. Passes.
with appreciation for their service.
Absolutely. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
Seconded.
Only discussion is, this is where my second comment comes in on page 75 and 83. Generally, when I pull these to ask, like, what's this going to cost us? It has in here, this agreement establishes a revenue share with no cost to BCC, and the other one says, no financial commitment with this agreement. Butler will be selling a product to students and
Yeah.
collecting payments.
They're
No, no,
both,
I appreciate that. That's great.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
answered my question before I had asked it.
yeah. We're basically kind of a pass through. We're
Right, right,
managing the
right.
enrollment piece and.
It
so
was just
doesn't
nice
cost-
seeing.
Yeah.
Like, no, okay. Answer Shelby's question before he causes problems.
You're starting to get the hang of it.
Okay, trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes,
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, supplemental information.
Just a couple of things. Let me turn to those pages here. No changes in the ESOM's performance indicators this month. You've got a number of KPIs that follow that give you some information on the strategic progress on some of the strategic initiatives. Statement of revenues and expenditures. I will call your attention to the calendar of activities. This week is vocal music concert. Thursday, Friday, Saturday afternoon, and Saturday evening. It's going to be a good one. So let me know. if you-
I need to let you know on one of them. I plan
Let me
on
know.
attending one.
Okay, let me know because the tickets, I need to probably get a hold of the box office tomorrow if you're interested. So
Could you
Yeah.
get me a ticket for Thursday night, please?
You want
Two.
one?
Two,
Two?
please.
anybody else want?
Make mine for Thursday night also.
Okay. 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 And if any of the rest of you decide tomorrow morning you want one, let me know.
69 to 70.
Uh, I think that's it. Work session on the 28th. And I'll send you a reminder of that. So you have that. And at this point in time, the only agenda item should be the notice up letter. And then Kent will do the March update, budget update.
Last item on our agenda tonight is our executive session. Language for that.
Mr. Chair,
Well, let me just make one comment. Recognizing the time and recognizing the guidance about time, it's, I guess, do we want to go in for 60 minutes or would we want to go in for something shorter and then extend if we have to?
go in for shorter and extend it if we have to.
We want to say,
That makes sense. That's
say 45 minutes to start, 30 minutes? I don't know.
45 's
I
fine.
don't want to stifle discussion. Okay. Right, Martha? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board recess into,
Have a restroom break first.
no,
We're trying to get everybody-
after I do this.
Okay.
Lord, Shelby, I move that the board recess into executive session for discussion of non-elected personnel to include members of the board and President Kim Kroll pursuant to
No.
the open meetings exceptions for matters protected by non-elected personnel. The open meeting will resume here in the Dankert trustee room within 45 minutes. The time is 7:40.
Well, wait until you get in and then call the time. But you also don't need me, so change that. We'll
Change that.
motion to eliminate.
Delete
Yeah.
President Kim Kroll.
Yeah. And call the time. Once we get into exec session, we can call the time.
Is there a second?
Yeah. Okay, I would suggest that then before we vote on it, why don't we take a break right now if you want a restroom break, so we're not monkeying with the time too much between when the motion, when we vote on it and when we actually go in. Right.
A
lot of caffeine in a cold room.
Yeah, let's say people want to. That's- Thanks.
Oh.
So. I'm trying to promote college as much as I can.
We'll sure give it a try.
Try to promote college.
That's a real word.
Trustee Good.
Yes.
Trustee Brungard. Yes. Trustee Dolly.
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow.
Yes.
Mr. Shearer.
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I will note the time when we get in. Yep. If you want to.
Break up, right?
Where's Heather tonight?
So what's the
She's in
time?
Austin. Well, I'll
Austin.
call it as soon as we start.
Uh-huh.
I think it's great that they get to go to conferences.
It is great.
Coca Dolce classes twice, master chocolatier.
And you're
Okay.
not bringing any samples?
Are we back out?
Well, I didn't this time.
Okay, we're back
We all
in
do
open
better with
session.
food.
For the record, we entered executive session at 7:52, coming out at 8:37. Would entertain a motion to go back in. Same reasons as previously stated. Julie, did you say? Okay.
Trustee Good.
Yes.
Trustee Berger. Yes. Trustee Jolly.
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Rizzo. Yes. Trustee Shearer.
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yep. Okay. Probably 8:40, 8:30. Yeah, I'll mark it.
All right. Setting up right now.
Green lentils, orange lentils, navy beans, kidney beans, some sort of blue beans. Then I soak them overnight.
That's the foundation information.
Oh,
I would
okay,
read.
yeah, great. Yeah, I like to see they're doing well.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
We're good.
They didn't
Okay,
have
we
it.
are back in open session. Everybody, let me just, for the record, we went into the second executive session at 8:39, coming out at 9:09.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion?
Second?
I was really worried about it, Mary Martha. I didn't know if you were gonna second that or not.
Yes.
Trustee Bungard? Yes. Trustee
Yeah.
Jolly?
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes?
Yes.
Trustee Winslow?
Yes.
Trustee Shear?
Yes.
Trustee Smith?
Yes.
Yes.
9:09.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
But you get.
Enjoy the warmth.
Oh, it's not warm here.